Good morning, Madam President and Senators.
Morning.
This morning I want to borrow a theme, Better Together. Our world celebrates individualism that lifts up the concept of self-made men and self-made women. But is this really true? No one gets ahead without someone opening a door, teaching or rearing them, or celebrating their gifts or their talents. Ecclesiastes 4:9 states, two are better than one, because they have a good report for their toil. The writer of Ecclesiastes invites us to examine our perspective. Are you individualistic or partnership focused? Do you look at a long-term goal or only seek instant gratification? Do you reflect about your legacy and who will be the beneficiaries of your life's labor? Maybe each of us may need to make some adjustments in our lives. Helen Keller states, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Partnership requires recognizing the gifts, contributions, resources, and skills of others, and acknowledging the importance of collaboration so that the whole would benefit. There will be times of challenge, but as politicians and senators, I am sure that each of you want the best for our Bahamas land. Therefore, as you move into this new season, one, realize that to complete the mission of the wholesome development of our country, it will require all members working together. There is always a need for reinforcements. Secondly, partnership will require forming new alliances so that all will be kept, all will benefit. Thirdly, partnership will require accepting areas of difference and discernment and seeking solutions when you come to an impasse, so that at the end of the day, all will benefit. Hebrews 10:24 states, and let us consider how to stir up one another to love and good works. George Shinn states, there is no such thing as a self-made man, and I want to add self-made woman. You only reach your goals with the help of others. Additionally, I encourage you to invite God to guide you in your partnerships and daily endeavors. Leadership is not easy, and the times in which we live in will require ingenuity and integrity. It can at times be difficult to work with others for a variety of reasons and factors, but each of you must stay focused and give the best service you can. True partnership results in everyone benefiting. It sees the bigger picture, where everyone has a role to help in the completion of the assignment for this season. Never allow ego and self-focus to be the determining factors in working together, because together, everyone accomplishes more. Remember, we are better together. Romans 12:10 states, love one another with brotherly and sisterly affection. Outdo one another in showing honor. I close with the short poem by David White. Hands that build and hearts that dream find strength in every linked beam. One alone may stumble far, but two or more can reach a star. To build what we can't ever see, together we become a we. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this new season and for each senator. May you strengthen them as they work together for the good of our Bahamas land. May partnership and collaboration guide them in the days ahead. And in the times of challenge, help them to navigate with unity and wisdom. Help them always to see the bigger picture and never to become self-absorbed or self-centered. Lead them in all their undertakings and cover them with your protecting hand. We also pray, O Lord, for those who are bereaved at this time, especially the family of the late Juan Miller. May you comfort and give them your peace. And so, Lord, We present all our prayers and our petitions to you. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Please join in the prayer of our Lord. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Good morning, Senators. Welcome to the morning session of Monday, the 20th of October, 2025. I'm sure that you Senators will agree with me that it's a pleasure to return to the upper chamber and to also continue our duty of service to the Bahamian people. I wish to once again thank Madam Chaplain for her service and her dedication on us entering now our 4th year, and we appreciate your spiritual meditation, your guidance, and the manner that you serve this chamber. And I wholeheartedly agree with you that indeed we are better together. It is with a heavy heart that the chair recognizes and extends condolences to 3 outstanding Bahamian men who have recently passed. I think of Vaughn Miller, former member of Parliament for Golden Isles and cabinet minister in the current administration, who died suddenly. Our fallen colleague was a noted minister, both of the government and in the church, and he called this nation to a higher place in Christ. He was tall in stature, and so was the work that he contributed to the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. He will surely be missed. In addition, condolences are also extended to the family and the relatives of Dr. Norman Gay, who was a former Minister of Health and actually the longest-serving Minister of Health, who served from 1984 to 1990. He's also the former Member of Parliament for Bain Town, and he was a health enthusiast. He was laid to rest last week at the Hillview Seventh-day Adventist Church. And finally, sincere condolences are also extended to the family of Archbishop Drexel Wellington Gomez, former bishop of the diocese and former archbishop of the church in the province of the West Indies. He had a faithful and long, dedicated service. He's known for his love, compassion, and ability to speak to the nation through his pulpit. He had a remarkable and dedicated service to the Anglican Church in the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos Islands, the province of the West Indies, and the worldwide Anglican Church. And so condolences are also extended to the wider Anglican Church here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, and the West Indies. May their souls rest in peace. The Bahamas is a better place for their service and for their contribution to nation building and nationhood. And I would like to thank each of their families for lending them to us, to share with the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and to make us a better country and a better nation. May God be with them, and our prayers and well wishes of your ability to progress through this great loss, that God will be with you during this difficult time. And I thank you. And at this time, if senators would like, I would like to invite each of you to extend condolences as you see fit.
Madam President, good morning, and thank you for recognizing me. Like Bahamians everywhere rise with heavy heart to pay tribute to three distinguished Bahamian sons of the soil, whose lives were defined by purpose, passion, and service to God, neighbor, and country. Allow me to begin with the late Honorable Ron Preston Miller, former Minister of Environment and MP for Golden Isles, who was born on the island of Eleuthera. Madam President, just 1 week before his untimely passing, Minister Miller, Senator James Turner, and I sat together at the funeral of his cousin, Stalwart Councillor John Reginald Fraser. In that quiet moment, we shared pleasant words of mutual encouragement, a reminder of the kind of genuine spirit that Minister Miller always carried with him. Neither of us could have known that that would be our final conversation, but it was one that began with his usual, "Are you okay?" and ended with his usual, "Do you help?" The late Honorable Vaughn Miller was a man of conviction, passion, and service. His life reflected an unwavering commitment to people, whether through the power of the microphone, standing for workers' rights, being the voice of the community, or on the pulpit of faith. What I do know is this, Madam Speaker, Madam President. As a broadcaster, he informed, educated, entertained, and inspired Bahamians across the archipelago. As a trade unionist, he stood firm for fairness and dignity in the workplace. As a community activist, he uplifted the voice of ordinary Bahamians and demanded that leaders make the wealth of the Bahamas more common. And as an ordained pastor, he lifted up the name of Jesus Christ above all other names and ministered to the soul of the nation. May his soul rest in peace. Dr. Norman Gay, who hailed from United Estates, let me say that slow, United Estates of San Salvador, represented Baytown in Parliament after succeeding the legendary Samuel B. Butler, the country's first Governor General. He served as both Minister of Health and Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, and will always be remembered for promoting healthier lifestyles and his never-ending leadership in pushing sports and Bahamian athletes. Madam President, Bahamians ought to know that Dr. Norman Gay served as president of the Bahamas Volleyball Federation, the Bahamas Bodybuilding Federation, the Caribbean Bodybuilding Federation, the Bahamas Olympic Committee, and the Bahamas Federation of Amateur Sports. He also chaired the Bahamas Boxing Commission and supported Bahamian boxers at every level. While doing all of that, Dr. Gay did find time to serve the country in medicine, practicing his craft at the Princess Margaret Public Hospital, and he ran a very successful private practice. Dr. Gay also launched the Bahamas Anti-Aging Institute. What a stellar contribution. May his soul rest in peace. Archbishop Drexel Wellington Gomez was born on Berry Islands. He was enthroned and consecrated as Lord Bishop of Barbados on the 25th of June, 1972. He was elected Archbishop and Primate of the province of the West Indies in 1996. His full title became His Grace the Most Reverend Drexel Wellington Gomez, Lord Archbishop, Metropolitan and Primate of the Church of the West Indies and Bishop of the Diocese of Nassau and the Bahamas, including the Turks and Caicos Islands. In 1997, he was elected Bishop of the Diocese of the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos Islands. Archbishop Gomez was a true statement of the faith, a teacher, a shepherd whose influence reached far beyond the four walls of the church. It is fair to say that he led with wisdom and conviction, but always with a heart of humility and grace. He guided the Anglican Communion and the spirituality of our nation with courage, never afraid to take a stand for what was right in accordance with the Scriptures, reminding us that leadership is not about power, but service. His life is a living sermon marked by discipline and devotion to God. His voice of reason will echo for generations to come. May his soul rest in peace. Madam President, they were all island boys. They were never loud for attention, but firm on principle. They were the kind of Bahamians who believed that service was sacred and that faith and duty to God, family, and country must always walk hand in hand. They brought life to the phrase, "is better in the Bahamas," meaning they demonstrated that it doesn't matter your humble beginning. Once you apply yourself, put God first, and practice good old-fashioned manners, the sky is the limit for all Bahamians. To their beloved family, friends, and all who mourn their passing, I extend sincere condolences on behalf of my wife, Patrice, and I, as well as the good people of Grand Bahama. May their soul rest in eternal peace and rise in glory. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Honorable Kirkland Russell. The chair recognizes Senator Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, honorable colleagues, today I rise to pay tribute to three extraordinary Bahamians whose lives of faith and service have left an enduring mark on our country. And that is the Archbishop Drexel Wellington Gomez, Dr. Norman Gay, and Minister Vaughn P. Miller. Madam President, Archbishop Gomez was a spiritual giant, iconic in every sense of the word. His steady leadership grounded the Anglican Church in strength, in scholarship, and in compassion. myself, baptized, educated, and confirmed Anglican, later married in the Anglican Church, and 3 of my 4 children were also baptized Anglican, my son confirmed as well. And so I am deeply grateful for the foundation that Bishop Gomez helped to build. I remember in my younger years as a photographer, I would cover the church's functions. And Bishop Gomez would ask for me to make sure I get him the photos, whether that was a particular special service or, if he was visiting somewhere or whatever, and I had to get them to him on time, Madam President. I remember one time he hadn't seen photos yet of something, and he made a comment to me outside the Trinity that I will reserve. But he gave me a stern warning, and so I made sure I got him his prints right after. But you could see his humility, even through my lens, his quiet strength. He is a man who spoke profoundly and loudly, but with command and in a quiet type, firm way, very articulate, very educated, but no need to shout, because that's the kind of respect that his presence commanded. And so he was also deeply pastoral. Even though he was the bishop, he would take time after services and speak one-on-one with members of the Anglican communion. He would listen, he would guide, he would encourage. And so he was very approachable, not just in preaching from the pulpit, but in his daily life, person to person, living an example and having an impact on the church and on our wider community. And I think that will be long felt, Madam President. On Friday past, along with the leader of opposition business, Senator the Honorable Darren Hatfield, and our leader of the opposition, the Honorable Michael C. Pintard, we were privileged and honored and humbled as well in serving as parliamentary pallbearers at the funeral service of the late Dr. Norman Gay, who was a man of remarkable discipline, service, and strength, a physician and parliamentarian, and in his younger days, Madam President, a bodybuilder, quite the looker. So it is no wonder, Madam President, that he remained so healthy and active for so long, because it was no surprise to me when they announced that his service would be held at the Hillview Seventh-day Adventist Church. And his life, I would say, reflected the Seventh-day Adventist wellness and stewardship of the body. And so as Minister of Health and later the Minister of Youth and Sports, he brought a holistic view to public life, believing that a healthy nation begins with healthy people. And Madam President, that is so true. And so, like I said, as we paid our respect on Friday past, it was a reminder of how widely respected and how deeply loved Dr. Norman Gay was. Madam President, I have to say that the news of Minister Vaughn Miller's passing, I'm sure, shocked all of us, because it's not something that we expected, but that's the irony of life. Death is inevitable, and it's just no way to plan for it. And so I'd like to pay tribute to Minister Vaughn Miller as well, who is a kind man, an authentic human being, which is what I keep hearing. And I vividly recall the summer of 2023 when we traveled together to Eleuthera to attend the funeral of the late Bathsheba Bowe. And so we chatted warmly at the repast, and it happened so that we flew in and out together, and on the return flight, we sat together, and his brother, the priest, sat just across the aisle. And that day we talked and talked, Madam President, on that flight as though we had known each other all of our lives. And it's amazing how when you interact with persons in the media, you somehow feel like you know them, because as a girl I would have listened to him on the radio for many years. But you don't really know them. But on that day we talked like old friends, and like I said, in passing we had interacted on occasions, but we had a chance to really speak, and that was one of the most memorable interactions I had with him. And he had a gift, I'm sure, for making every conversation feel genuine and really unhurried, because sometimes you catch people and they're in a rush and you can tell, but there was nowhere to go on the plane that day. And so we talked and talked and talked about life, and it was a really good conversation. He served with conviction, and he lived his faith quietly but fully. And so, Madam President, to each of these men, our Bishop of the Anglican Church, our late Minister of Health, Youth, Sports, and Culture, and the current Minister of the Environment, who lived out the call to serve in different ways, but with the same spirit of devotion. Madam President, they remind us that leadership at its best is not about prominence, but it's about purpose. Not about titles, but about testimony. And so, Madam President, I say may their families find comfort in knowing that their loved ones lived well, served faithfully, and left indelible marks on the soul of our nation. I would say, Madam President, that those three men died empty. They gave of themselves. And so may their legacies continue to inspire us all. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Honorable Maxine Seymour. The chair recognizes Senator Honorable Darren Henfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm in fact honored for the opportunity and privilege to say a few words here this morning in honor of these great Bahamian servants of our country and all nationalists, in my humble estimation and opinion. It was Marcus Aurelius, the former emperor of Rome, a conqueror, who said that death is the great equalizer, Madam President. And in death, it matters not what our status may have been in life. We all become equal as men. It was Job who said that men born of a woman for a few short days, and those days are filled with trouble. Warren Miller I considered a friend. He was a man who swore to the dogmas of no master. He did what he thought in his conscience was always the right thing to do, and it mattered not to him what the personal consequences may have been. He was a man who stood tall among men. He never backed away from a fight. But if you know one who's over 6 feet tall, he never was a loud and boisterous kind of fellow. He was what I would always consider a gentle giant. In fact, he was a gentleman from Eleuthera, and he never, Madam Chaplain, he never let people forget that he was a simple island boy from Eleuthera who only wanted to do his part, and he began his career, of course, as a commentator on the radio net, I believe, and he became very well known as a result of that, and wound up in the House of Assembly, and then wound up as a minister of the government, where he served in this current administration to the best of his ability. He would be sorely missed. Archbishop Drexel Gomez, as we know, I like to think of him as a man of unusual strength, whose presence was felt both in church and in state. Bishop Gomez, to me, epitomized a Bahamian who was extremely well educated, who was extremely well aware of what was going on in his community, locally and in the world. If you remember Bishop Gomez, I think he first came to prominence when he served in the church in Barbados, where some of his children were born, I believe. And people speak even to this day, when you go to Barbados, where we were recently just last week, people speak of the greatness of this man and what he was able to do, what he stood for. I remember quite clearly when he opposed gay marriage in the Anglican Church. And this bishop from the United States of America, Bishop Jane Robinson, openly declared himself to be gay and said that he thought the church should accept this practice. And Bishop Gomez managed to galvanize not only Bahamians and people from the Caribbean region, but the world, and said, no, 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 this is not the doctrine of the church, and we will not stand this. He was a man who was never afraid to tackle those tough and hard issues that other people may have resiled from. And it resulted, unfortunately, in a split of the Anglican communion at the time, but he stood on conviction. He also stood on conviction when he presided as a member of the Commission of Inquiry, the Watershed Commission of Inquiry, in the 80s, mid-80s or so. And I will always remember one thing he said from the commission. I hope I'm not misquoting him. And he said that we have, as Bahamians, a propensity toward corruption and criminality, something to that effect. And he stood by that. And we knew when Bishop Gomez spoke. He spoke from his heart. He spoke in the best interest of the Bahamas. He will be sorely missed from Synod tonight at Christ Church Cathedral, where he was a staple in that community. And I know his absence will be felt. As indicated by Senator Maxine Seymour, I had the privilege of attending along with the leader and myself, and I'm sure I saw Madam President there as well. Prime Minister was there and others. The funeral of former Minister of Health and Youth and Sports. Some of you may be a little young to remember his days as a minister. I am not. He was a health aficionado. He practiced what he preached. He was, as the Senator indicated, he was the specimen of wellness, a bodybuilder, extraordinary sportsman. He managed and presided over several sporting federations, not only locally, but also within the region. He tried to cause Bahamians to realize, and if we had listened then, as we are not listening now, that there was value in healthy lifestyles. He wanted us to eat, he wanted us to eat properly, he wanted us to exercise, and he wanted us to be well as Bahamians. These men of whom I speak today are nationalists, and they will be sorely missed. And to their families, I extend condolences, profound condolences, and know that you are in our prayers. To Damian Gomez, who we formerly served together in the Attorney General's office, I extend to you, my brother particularly, my profound condolences on the passing of your dad, and may they rest in peace and rise one day in glory. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Darren Hentfield. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Eresia Hepburn Forbes.
Madam President, this morning as I rise, thanking God Almighty for affording us a new day, as so many we have learned not afforded this opportunity. I'd like to express my condolences to the former Minister of Health, Gay, and our Archbishop Gomez, and of course our colleague Vaughn Miller. This morning we pay tribute to these men who could be defined by so many adjectives, as they all hold so many positive characteristics. If we state them all, I fear that we will be here all day, so I'll just say snippets of a few. Madam President, for some these men would be called great, humble, noble, and to each and every one of us, as we've already heard, they've all touched us differently. To their families, I say thank you for lending them to us, as these men have been beacons of light in our country. But of all three, I know the closest to me was Minister Vaughn Miller. Madam President, because Minister Miller was not just a colleague to me, but a friend. One who not only loved his party, but his country. He was a pillar of strength and support. Minister Miller could produce facts on the environment at a drop of a dime and was an advocate and activist for the Bahamian environment. He was always willing to lend me a helping hand, to share me a word of encouragement, or to offer a piece of advice, whether solicited or unsolicited. He had the uncanny ability to lighten the mood with humor. His laughter and melody still echoes in my heart. He was not just a politician to me, but a visionary, a leader, and a beacon of hope. Madam President, his courage was unwavering and his resolve unyielding when it came to the environment of this country. I had the fortunate opportunity to work with Minister Miller on several environmental projects, and I can say that he stood up for ensuring that this country was one that our children's children would be proud of. Minister Miller showed us that one person can make a difference. One voice, once it's heard, can champion a dream and drive real change for our country. Madam President, Minister Miller may no longer be with us in person, but his spirit will forever remain in our hearts. Today, we in the Senate honor the life and legacy of several remarkable men, political activists, politicians, health activists, and of course, the religious sector, whose untimely passing has left a void not only in the hearts of their families, but on the nation as a whole. As we bid farewell to these three giants, let us remember that while they may no longer be with us in spirit, that their words and actions as champions live without us through our country. They were men who stood up for their beliefs. They demonstrated remarkable courage and resilience and powerful acts that inspire others to drive positive change and foster a sense of community and solidarity. Mahatma Gandhi said it best: the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in service to others. So, Madam President, may God provide eternal rest to our brothers, and may their souls and the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Dr. Reese Hepburn Forbes. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Madam President. I feel that these last few weeks, we've seen too many of our giants pass away. And the recent passing of these three men who made incredible contributions to national life strikes home, because I feel like we are losing our nation builders. The Honorable Von Miller was a man of grace, charm, and quiet conviction. In his time as parliamentarian, he carried himself with a warmth and sincerity. He believed in service and not in spectacle. And he brought to public life a humility that reminded us all that leadership was ultimately about the people. His sudden passing was a reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of kindness and decency in politics. In one of our last conversations, I teased him. I was originally sitting next to him at a function, and protocol said to me, no, you need to sit over there. And he wanted to know why I had to move. And I said, they don't trust the two of us together. Archbishop Drexel Gomez was a spiritual giant, not only in the Anglican Communion, but across our national landscape. He was a theologian, a mentor, a bridge builder whose wisdom shaped generations. There was just something about his presence. His commitment to truth and moral clarity and community upliftment left an indelible mark on our Bahamas. The strength of his faith was matched only by his integrity and intellect. The man was a homily. And we give thanks for a life that so powerfully reflected the values of compassion and conviction. Dr. Norman Gay was a man who, for me, his lifelong dedication to health and fitness was just admirable. As someone whose relationship with fitness is a little, when I would see Dr. Norman Gay, and everybody is so correct, he was a specimen of physical, I said to myself, I want to look like that when I reach that age. I want to reverse age like him. And so But it inspires all of us to continue in the fight for health and to know that it must be a lifelong dedication. My colleague, Mr. Kirkland Russell, referred to them as these island boys, and I want to adopt that. May these island boys, may they rest in peace, and may their examples remind us of the nobility of service in church and in public life and in our communities. And on behalf of my family and I extend my deepest and sincerest condolences to their families.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Dr. Michael Bonnet Alice. I guess my mind is still on Dr. Norman Gay and the comments he made. But thank you for your contribution. The chair now recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Howard.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just want to take a few minutes to join my colleagues in extending condolences to the families of the late Vaughn Miller, Dr. Norman Gay, and Bishop Drexel Gomez. I remember the first time I heard the name Vaughn Miller was as a radio commentator, and I think he eventually, his program was the early morning program, where it was a prayer starting early in the morning, and there would be prayer and inspirational songs. And you realize, Madam President, that calling, enabled him to touch so many thousands of Bahamians and to undergird themselves with prayer as they set out on their morning routine. Yeah, to get up early, and it was really inspirational, and thousands of people were touched. We moved on to politics, Madam President, and he put a good beating on me in Golden Isles back in 2017. But the interesting thing, Madam President, is by, I think, 2019, we were on the same team when he joined the Progressive Liberal Party. And it's a lesson to us, I think, Madam President, in the way that we conduct our politics, because I found myself endorsing him at the first meeting at Adelaide Primary School after he had joined the PLP. And so it's a testimony to us as we conduct our politics, the importance of doing so in a civil manner, because one day you never know who will be on the same team. He was an Eleuthera, proud South Eleutheran, and as Senator Russell said, he never let you forget that. He was a champion of natural resources, and he was, his sign-off line would be, let's make the wealth more common, and that's all wealth. A plea for equality and justice in the Bahamas. And so we offer our condolences to his family. Bishop Drexel Gomez, when I hear the name Drexel Gomez, Madam President, what comes to my mind is the word integrity. I first heard the name Drexel Gomez as a boy growing up, and he was at the time Bishop of Barbados. And I always felt a sense of pride knowing that we had exported a bishop to Barbados. And I learned later that to be Bishop of the Anglican Church in Barbados and coming from outside was quite an achievement. And he did it, I think he was in his mid-30s when he was so appointed. And he acquitted himself very well, led with integrity. The other moment when I really studied the name was during the 1984, I think it was, Commission of Inquiry, when at the end he wrote a minority report. And it took tremendous courage. 85 was the, okay, 85? Took tremendous courage to do so and to publish and to stand by it. But that was who he was. And as Senator Henfield said, he took similar principled positions when it came to the Anglican Communion, and his impact was felt worldwide. I remember, Madam President, serving in previous administrations, whenever the issue came up where there was a national issue and there needed to be some commission established or some committee or some report given, and it was necessary to ensure that the findings would be widely accepted, the name Bishop Gomez always came up as someone who would serve, number one, who would agree, he would serve on a commission. I think he was with the National Youth Report, the report on the condition of youth in the Bahamas. And he was always one whose name came up because people knew that he would, number one, do the work, number two, he would call it as he sees it, and the Bahamian people can have confidence in anything that he attached his name to. And that is just a wonderful legacy to have. Minister Norman Gay, he was one of those iconic ministers growing up as young people, and you see photographs, that's as much as we could see of cabinet ministers, and he always carried himself with a dignity, always had a smile, and as others have said, served as Minister of Health, and demonstrated and lived a healthy lifestyle that enabled him to live well into his senior years. And so we salute all of those public servants, Madam President. There is no greater calling than to be a public servant. And all three of those demonstrated that superlatively. And so I want to offer condolences on behalf of myself and my family to the families of our dear departed brothers, and may their souls rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides. We would now follow the agenda for today. Adoption of minutes.
Madam President, I move that the minutes of the meetings of the Senate held on Wednesday, 13th of August 2025, and Thursday, 14th of August 2025 be adopted.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of the meeting held on Wednesday, the 13th of August 2025, and Thursday, the 14th of August 2025 be adopted. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The minutes of Wednesday, the 13th of August 2025 and Thursday, the 14th of August 2025 are hereby adopted. Motion for leave of absence, leave to resign. Swearing in of new senators. Communications by the President. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the House of Assembly.
Messages from the House of Assembly.
Bahamas number 46. Message to the Honorable the President and Honorable members of the Senate from the Speaker and representatives of the Honorable House of Assembly. The House of Assembly acquaints the Honorable the Senate that they have passed the following bill and desire the consent of that Honorable Chamber, namely, a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act. House of Assembly, NAFTA, 8 October 2025. Participatory vote, Speaker.
Laying of documents by the ministers. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following orders. The Disaster Risk Management Evacuation, Northern Bahamas Order 2025. The Disaster Risk Declaration of Disaster Alert, Northern Bahamas Order 2025. The Miscellaneous Written Law Rectification Number 4 Order 2025. The Miscellaneous Written Law Rectification Number 5 Order 2025. Madam President.
Order documents be brought up. Order documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Madam President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following regulations. The Price Control General Amendment Number 7 Regulations 2025. The Price Control General Amendment Number 8 Regulations 2025. The Banks and Trust Companies, Private Trust Companies, and Qualified Executive Entities Regulations 2025. The Education Act, Revocation and Replacement of the Third Schedule Regulations 2025. The Parliamentary Elections, the Parliamentary Elections, Biometric Voters Card Regulations 2025.
Order documents be brought up. Order documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following. The Public Holidays National Heroes Day 2025, Opening of Shops Notice 2025. The Public Debt Management Act, Bahamas Registered Stock 2029, 2030, 2032, 2034, 2044, and 2054 Directions 2025. The Public Debt Management Bahamas Registered Stock 2029, 2031, 2032, 2036, 2044, and 2054 Directions 2025. The Public Debt Management Bahamas Registered Stock 2027 and 2028 Directions 2025. And the Public Debt Management Bahamas Registered Stock 2029, 2030, 2032, 2034, 2044, and 2054 Directions 2025.
Order the documents be brought up. Order the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Madam President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following. The Central Bank of the Bahamas 2024 Annual Report and Statement of Accounts. The Bahamas Trade Commission Annual Report 2024-2025. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Senator Barry Griffin. The Securities Commission of the Bahamas Annual Report 2024. The Fiscal Strategy Report 2025. The Fiscal Responsibility Council of the Bahamas Mid-Year Budget Report March 31st, 2025, and that's the report of the Fiscal Responsibility Council. The Fiscal Responsibility Council of the Bahamas Annual Budget Report for fiscal year 2025-2026, and that's dated August 12th, 2025. The Fiscal Strategy Report, August 11th, 2025. That's also from the Fiscal Responsibility Council. The CARICOM Regional Energy Efficiency Building Code. Yes. Building Code, CARICOM Regional Energy Efficiency Building Code, and the Bahamas Building Code, Coastal Infrastructure Design Guidance, dated July 2023.
Order the documents be brought up. Order documents do lie on the table. Thank you. Further laying of documents.
None at this time, Madam President.
Communications by ministers. Communications by senators. Questions. Answers to questions. Presentation of petitions. Appointment of select committees. Reports of committees. First reading. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Halkitis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time on the table. Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Order the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Red Cross Society Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and table. A bill for an act, the Bahamas Red Cross Society Amendment, a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Red Cross Society Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a first time and table.
A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Red Cross Society Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to modernize, repeal, and replace the Magistrates Act.
order the bill be brought up. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to modernize, repeal, and replace the Magistrate Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order bill be read for a first time and tabled.
A bill for an act to modernize, repeal, and replace the Magistrates Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to provide for a governance framework for justices of the peace.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time. A bill for an act to provide for a governance framework for justice of the peace. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a first time and tabled.
A bill for an act to provide for a governance framework for justices of the peace.
For the first reading of bills,
Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, processing, use, and dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, to establish the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and to establish Data Protection Oversight Committee, to repeal the Data Protection Privacy of Personal Information Act, Chapter 324A, and for connected purposes.
order the bill be brought up. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, processing, use, and dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, to establish the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and to establish the Data Protection Oversight Committee, to repeal the Data Protection Privacy of Personal Information Act, Chapter 324A, and for connected purposes. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order bill be read for a first time and tabled.
A bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, processing, use, and the dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, to establish the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and to establish the Data Protection Oversight Committee, to repeal the Data Protection Privacy of Personal Information Act, Chapter 324A, and for connected purposes.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to strengthen border security and international cooperation to prevent and combat migrant smuggling, to provide measures for the protection of smuggled migrants, to prescribe penalties for offenses of migrant smuggling, and for matters connected therewith.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to strengthen border security and international cooperation to prevent and combat migrant smuggling, to provide measures for the protection of smuggled immigrants, to prescribe penalties for offenses of migrant smuggling, and for matters connected therewith. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order bill be read for a first time and tabled.
A bill for an act to strengthen border security and international cooperation, to prevent and combat migrant smuggling, to provide measures for the protection of smuggled migrants, to prescribe penalties for offenses of migrant smuggling, and for matters connected therewith.
For the first reading of bills,
There are none at this time, Madam President.
second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, colleagues. Today I rise for the second reading of the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Amendment 2025. In November of 2024, just last year, the government of the Bahamas signed on to the Bahamas Debt Conversion Project for Marine Conservation, which is a 15-year project that demonstrates the country's commitment to advancing national environmental priorities, fulfilling our international obligations, and enhancing sustainable resource management throughout the country. The government undertook this initiative to bolster its internal capacity as the Department of Marine Resources, the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection, and the Forestry Unit were all identified as core governmental partners to successfully execute the project activities. And each one of these agencies of government, Madam President, are key in the preservation and sustainability of our environment. And that's why these agencies are part of the administrative and the goal to be upgraded in capacity to support the environmental sustainability of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. A key objective of the project is to enhance the effective management of marine protected areas by building that institutional capacity of these government agencies and non-governmental entities involved in marine conservation. So the project inclusive not only of strengthening governmental agencies in marine environmental preservation, but also in partnership, as we do, non-governmental agencies. This includes support for hiring personnel, provision of equipment and supplies, and funding of other recruitment including operational needs in order to meet the goals of the project. This debt conversion project represents a long-term investment in the sustainable development of the Bahamas and our environmental stewardship. We are an archipelagic nation, 700 islands and keys. The breadth of our marine environment rivals anywhere in the world. And we demand that in this country we have the capacity to be stewards of our environmental treasure trove. To facilitate the effective implementation of the debt conversion project, Madam President, and particularly the disbursement of capacity building funds, an amendment to the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act is required. The current legislation restricts the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund from funding salaries and other routine expenditures, which directly impedes the project's ability to strengthen institutional capacity. The proposed amendment would create a targeted exception to allow such funding under this debt conversion project. Additionally, the amendment seeks to enhance the Bahamas Protected Area Fund's governance by permitting 2 of the governmental appointed directors on the board to serve at the government's discretion, rather than being limited to fixed terms of 4 years. This adjustment aligns with the existing act, and the existing act allows the Bahamas National Trust and the Nature Conservancy to hold permanent representation on the board. So to help facilitate the institutional capacity, we thought a governance upgrade of the Bahamas Protected Area Fund was required as well. Approval of the amendment will enable the timely release of critical funds already allocated to several government agencies, which we have named, including the Forestry Unit, and support the project's broader execution. It will also facilitate the disbursement of community-based marine conservation grants. So these are grants that are available throughout the communities of our archipelago for the purposes of marine conservation. It will support blue economy programs and capacity building initiatives across our vast family of islands. Most importantly, the amendment strengthens the project's institutional foundation, promotes effective resource management, and supports the Bahamas' international conservation commitments that we have signed on to. The effective implementation of the Bahamas Debt Conversion Project for Marine Conservation through the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund is consistent with the PLP's administration's commitment to the environmental welfare of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This is in line, Madam President, of what we promised the Bahamian people as a government, ensuring that we are doing our part to enhance the environment and the biodiversity of our great country. Madam President, despite our morally correct posture with respect to the climate crisis and the preservation of our environmental assets throughout our country, we also recognize that it is the large industrial countries that are contributing most to our climate crisis. The contribution of the Bahamas to the climate crisis is negligible, and certainly one could say it is statistically insignificant. I believe it is equally or morally responsible to be on the side of climate advocacy and justice that will establish the precedent that the polluters must pay. That's the premise of what we advocate for in climate justice, is that the polluters must pay. They must take the ethical, moral, and financial responsibility for the damage that they have done over the generations that have caused harm and destruction to small island developing states like the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. That is a morally correct position as a country to take. Madam President, the Bahamas took an aggressive position in its written submissions to the International Court of Justice for the advisory proceedings that were held on the obligations of states, not individuals or companies, but the obligation of states, the countries themselves, under international law to address climate change. That's what the premise of the proceedings before the International Court of Justice were fundamentally about. We advanced the matter in the international judicial stage as we recognize today we are in a new climate era where climate impacts will increasingly drive geopolitical and economic instability. We have evidence of that right here. Hurricane Dorian affected some 20% of our GDP when it hit, bringing vast devastation to areas of Abaco, Grand Bahama, and Freeport. The economic price that we paid at that time and continue to pay is directly attributable to the actions of other states. That's the position that we take. International institutions and countries like the Bahamas must rise to the occasion and insist on decisive action. In our advocacy before the International Court of Justice, the Bahamas called on the ICJ to make clear the legal obligations of states, the legal obligations of other countries to reduce harmful policies and to protect current and future generations from the most devastating impacts of climate change. That was our argument. That is what we advocated for. The Bahamas is contending that states have a duty to prevent environmental harm. They have a duty, a fundamental duty. They have a duty to cooperate on climate action and respect the rights of present and future generations to a healthy environment in which to live. Our submission is in support of a request for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states to respect of climate change. That was pursuant to a United Nations General Assembly Resolution 77-276. So the United Nations themselves, through a resolution, requested this advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. And we commend them for that. On the 23rd of July of this year, 2025, the ICJ issued its advisory opinion after we went to The Hague and advocated before them, presented oral arguments in support of our written submissions in front of the panel of the International Court of Justice. The Prime Minister and I joked, Madam President, and my good colleague and former law partner would appreciate this, as she was my lawyer as well. Me, I'm a commercial lawyer. I'm a chambers lawyer. I do commercial deals. I have never in my practice been before a judge to litigate. Never. That wasn't my practice. The first time that I ever went before judges to advocate the position was when I went to The Hague at the International Court of Justice and presented the oral arguments on behalf of the country. So the Prime Minister, who we know is a distinguished litigator in the Bahamas and throughout the region, and myself as, I would think, a distinguished commercial lawyer, have a running joke together about this, saying my first time in litigation was before the ICJ, and he's envious of that. As I said, the advisory opinion was released in the 23rd of July, and it's a landmark affirmation that all states bear concrete legal obligations under international law, not just moral or political ones, which we've always said, and we say that in our diplomatic outreaches, that you have a moral obligation to do this. We now have an advisory opinion establishing that there is a legal obligation to protect the global climate, which is facing, and I quote from the ICJ, an urgent and existential threat. An urgent and existential threat. The court confirms that major emitters must take due diligence to prevent transboundary harm. So we talk about their actions, they pollute, we feel the pain, right? That is transboundary harm. They now have an obligation to prevent transboundary harm, address human rights threats, and compensate vulnerable nations like the Bahamas and other small island developing states. States that fail to exercise this due diligence will be required to cease that harmful conduct, prevent the reoccurrence of that conduct, and provide reparations, including compensation, effectively embedding legal liability for their climate inaction. So the failure to act has now created legal liability for these states. The advisory opinion builds upon, but goes beyond previous advisory opinions. We had one of the International Tribunal Law of the Sea, for example. We've had one from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights advisory opinion. But this opinion from the ICJ offers the first holistic appraisal of states' duties, duties of other countries across multiple legal regimes, which include human rights violations, environmental law, and the no-harm principle. So this was an awesome advisory opinion. I invite colleagues to read it. I really do. For the Bahamas and other small island developing states, this is seismic. It's seismic. The advisory opinion grants new legal legitimacy to claims for loss and damage, adaptation support, and national climate litigation. It transforms what has been framed as a moral impediment into a legal duty and obligation, empowering regional governments to hold the wealthy polluters of our world to account in the courts and in international forums. That's what this advisory opinion accomplishes. So I just want to speak about just a few key takeaways so we understand exactly what was ruled upon. I won't get too technical. The first is that states, meaning other countries, have binding legal obligations to act on climate change. What does that mean? The ICJ has confirmed that states are not merely encouraged, but are legally required to address climate change under, like I said, a variety of legal frameworks. The advisory opinion underscores that these duties are not aspirational. They're not aspirational duties. They are legally binding and actionable. They must be action. The second key takeaway is that the failure to act can trigger legal responsibility. If I have an obligation and I fail to act to fulfill that obligation, there is now legal responsibility for my failure to act. The court affirmed that states may be held internationally responsible if they fail to take adequate climate action and their conduct causes harm, particularly to other nations or vulnerable communities, such as the Bahamas. This includes potential legal obligations to cease harmful practices, prevent future breaches, and like I said, provide reparations. The advisory opinion in this regard strengthens the path towards state accountability under international law. The third key takeaway is there's a special protection owed to vulnerable states and future generations. This is very important. This is very important because this is something that small island developing states like the Bahamas advocated strongly for. And small island developing states all over the world, in the Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, us here in the Atlantic Basin, all over the world were unified on this. And the advisory opinion specifically states that international law requires states to consider and protect the most exposed to the climate impacts. That would include the Bahamas. The court emphasizes that climate action must account for the rights of present and future generations. So it has to be forward-looking as well. Reinforcing the legal status of intergenerational equity as a principle of climate justice. So you now look generationally when it comes to climate justice. The fourth key takeaway, which I'm very, very excited about because it really was a foundational element of our submission to the ICJ in these proceedings, is that human rights and climate obligations are deeply linked. We thought it appropriate to bring in a human rights argument into climate adaptation and the climate crisis and climate obligations. Because you know what? We saw it firsthand in Dorian. We saw the right to housing be destroyed. We saw the right to education be taken away from our people. All of these are fundamental human rights that we enjoy under international law. And I think we could all safely say that we didn't cause the strength of Hurricane Dorian, but we felt the pain. Other countries caused the strength of Hurricane Dorian over generations of inaction, but we feel the pain. Our human rights were taken away. And that formed a key area of our argument in our submission to the International Court of Justice. The ICJ, in their opinion, links state inaction on climate directly to foundational human rights that we possess, including the right to life, the right to health. Think about this when you think about Dorian and what happened. The right to life, the right to health, the right to have food, to have water, to have housing, to have education, to have a healthy environment. These are all human rights that were violated by the industrial states because of their inaction. And we now have an advisory opinion directly linking the breaches of these human rights to the climate crisis. By doing so, the advisory opinion reinforces the notion that human rights frameworks must guide climate policy. This is something the Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis, has had as a foundational element of his governance of this great country. When he is advocating on the world stage regarding the climate crisis, he is doing so because he understands that violations of other countries affect the human rights of our people, and we must advocate for reparations because of it. The fifth and last key takeaway I'd like to highlight, Madam President, is the opinion sets a new interpretive standard in international law. While not itself binding, the advisory opinion significantly raises the bar for legal interpretations of state conduct. It consolidates and it elevates recent advisory opinions and provides a powerful legal basis for climate litigation, policy reform, for diplomatic leverage, especially from vulnerable countries. Madam President, this is a historic achievement, and lays the foundation for further advocacy of climate justice in our courts, diplomatically, in international discussions with other countries, funding institutions, and multilateral organizations. The human rights violation because of the climate crisis now allows for a parallel and separate approach at the United Nations. When we put forward that they have breached the human rights of our people. That's an entirely separate track of advocacy that exists now because of the climate crisis and in pursuit of climate justice. Madam President, our advocacy at the ICJ and our arguments that I presented at The Hague has delivered a persuasive opinion. On the heels of this, we are now seeking legal advice and legal opinions regarding the ability of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to bring a cause of action both against commercial enterprises in some of these industrial states as well as the states themselves on the grounds that their clear and obvious contribution to the climate crisis has led to their liability and our damages in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We have retained lawyers in the United States and the United Kingdom to provide a legal opinion and a litigation strategy to assess the liability and bringing a lawsuit seeking damages because of the climate crisis. The Bahamas deserves climate justice. We deserve climate justice. And it's no longer just a moral position, it is now a legal position because of the advocacy of this PLP administration. And as I said, parallel to this, we are also analyzing the human rights violations that exist in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as a result of climate neglect and by omitting countries to determine if advocacy before the United Nations might bear the results we think it will. That's a parallel track we're working on. Madam President, Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis has been the strongest Prime Minister of the Bahamas ever to hold that seat in this country to advocate for our environment and pursuing recourse for the country because of the climate crisis. That, Madam President, is undeniable. 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 This is a promise fulfilled to the Bahamian people by this PLP administration. Fulfilling promises. Advocating for climate justice is a component of that, and we will do whatever we think advisable to ensure that the Bahamas is at the forefront of global reform, seeking appropriate reparations for the loss and damage as a result of the climate crisis and the inaction of other states and other commercial enterprises throughout the world. Madam President, I so move for the second reading of the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Incoming Member of Parliament.
Good morning, Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock. You may proceed. You have the floor.
Morning, Madam President, esteemed colleagues, and Bahamians across the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. that may be listening to me on this beautiful afternoon. Madam President, I rise today in full support of the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Amendment Bill 2025. Before I go on, I want to pause, Madam President, to honor three distinguished Bahamians: Dr. Norman Gay, Bishop Drexel Wellington Gomez, and the Honorable Vaughan Miller. Madam President, whose lives and service have each in their own way strengthened the moral, social, and political fabric of our nation. Dr. Norman Gay was a pioneer in medicine and a pillar in public life. His compassion as a physician was matched only by his courage as a legislator. He devoted his life to improving health care and to the advancement of his people through dedicated national service. May his soul rest in peace and rise in glory. Bishop Drexel Wellington Gomez was a spiritual giant of our time, a man of deep conviction and grace who shepherded with wisdom and integrity. His leadership within the Anglican Church and across the Caribbean left an indelible mark on generations of faithful, reminding us all of the enduring power of faith, humility, and care. The Honorable Vaughan Miller served with sincerity and strength. His journey from the pulpit to Parliament reflected a heart committed to community and country. He was a man of principle, compassion, and an unwavering belief in the potential of the Bahamian people. The late Vaughan Miller, my brother, friend, and a true Bahamian patriot. Vaughan's work in championing natural resource equity and environmental protection has been nothing short of remarkable. He consistently upheld the principle that Bahamas' natural resources belong to the Bahamian people and that they must ultimately benefit all Bahamians. He was a pioneer in action, not just in words. He became the first cabinet minister to tour the country's largest mangrove marine nursery system on the west coast of Andros, bringing national and international attention to its critical role in coastal resilience and biodiversity. He signed a landmark MOUs for fishing, conservation, and environmental defense. These bold steps have set a new national standard for stewardship. He served with humility, wisdom, and an unwavering dedication, helping guide our country toward a more sustainable and prosperous future. As we know, Mr. Miller's portfolio was vast and vital. This included, but was not limited to, relations with the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund, relations with the Bahamas National Trust, protection, conservation, and management of the environment, engagement with national and international organizations on environmental matters, and coordination of international treaties, conventions, and protocols related to environmental control. Madam President, in June of the year 2018, newspaper headlines were ablaze with the decision of then Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis to discipline 4 newly elected FNM members of Parliament who stirred the conscience of the nation and historically voted along with the then official opposition rep of the party against a new FNM government's shocking decision to raise the VAT rate on the Bahamian people 7.5% to 12%. Vaughn Miller, the boy from Saudi Lucia, and the then FNM Member of Parliament for the Golden Isles constituency, Madam President, he defined that moment. To fully understand the impact and severity of Vaughn Miller's decision to oppose his party on a VAT increase, one must step briefly back into the time and the campaign leading up to the 2017 general election. The FNM campaigned on a promise and a policy statement that would review VAT as a new revenue earner for the public purse. Indeed, they published many statements offering other alternatives such as income tax and other Houdini-type solutions as to how the country could better finance itself, given our many economic challenges at the time. Imagine giving your constituents your solemn words that VAT would not only be erased and replaced, but to now have to look them in the face and say your party and its leadership will increase the VAT rate by almost 90%. Vaughn Miller quoted in some of the journals said he could not in good conscience and faith support his FNM government's betrayal of the trust of the Bahamian voters. He was fired from his post as Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Social Services. Vaughn Miller began his political career finding himself ostracized by his party and having to face a crisis of confidence to his constituents. Vaughn Miller embraced the life of the progressive Liberal Party. His constituents respected him and revered him for his courage. He became one of a very small number of the Bahamian parliamentarians who would be elected on both the FNM and the Progressive Liberal Party banners. Madam President, today I stand on Vaughn Miller's shoulders as the new PLP standard bearer for the Golden Isles constituency. I know all too well that yes men and those who stay on bending knees will not survive the Golden Isles. The proud, industrious, and hard-working people of this constituency want and deserve a member of Parliament who, when he gives his word, they know that is his bond. Golden Isles wants and will get a PLP member of Parliament who will sit at the table and ensure that any government policy is in the best interest of his constituents. This is the trajectory and the model that Vaughn Miller leaves behind. It is regrettable that we still, in a time where some would put party interest over that of nation and its people. Vaughn Miller demonstrates to us that courage, and while it may be a foreign entity to many, on the other side, it still is admirable and treasured value, and competent voters want in their election. Madam President, his legacy lives on through his work. And through this bill, we will continue to push the needle forward to ensure that his vision does not fall by the wayside. To his beloved family, I say, thank you. Thank you to the Miller family. Thank you for sharing Vaughn Miller with us. His passion and his principles have blessed this nation, and his memory will forever guide the collective path. To each of these men, in their respective callings, embodied service above self. They have left behind legacies that will continue to inspire those who follow. Legacies of duty, faith, and love for country. May their souls rest in eternal peace. And may their examples continue to guide us as we strive to build a better Bahamas. I thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before I move on further onto the substantial bill, allow me to just briefly, Madam President, express a few words, personal words, with respect to my nomination for candidacy. Madam President, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, and the Progressive Liberal Party Candidates Committee for their faith and confidence in my candidacy for the Golden Isles constituency. To the people of Golden Isles, I am reporting for duty, and I am ready. I am a husband, a father, a lawyer, and someone who believes in helping people move forward. As chairman of the Bahamas Agricultural and Industrial Corporation, I have helped small farmers and entrepreneurs gain access to funding and turn their ideas into reality. Now I intend to bring that same focus to the Golden Isles constituency. I have walked these streets and talked with families who want safer communities, better roads, and more chances for their children to succeed. This government's blueprint for change lays foundation for national progress. In alignment with that vision, I have also introduced a new 10-point plan to build on progress for Golden Isles. We intend to build a new community center for families, launch an infrastructure upgrade project to fix roads and lighting, and create the Golden Isles Micro Fund to help young entrepreneurs open businesses and create jobs. These are just a few programs that will be advanced once I am elected. I am committed, Madam President, to serving with vigor, integrity, and decisive action. Madam President, I am indeed a man of action. Together,
Say that again.
Madam President, I am indeed a man of action. Together, we will deliver results that matter. Golden Isles deserve stronger infrastructure, safer communities, and opportunities for our young people to thrive. We must expand access to community programs and empower small businesses to grow right where they are planted. I am committed to building real partnerships with residents, churches, civic groups, and constituencies because progress is never a one-man's job. It is a shared mission, Madam President. So, Madam President, I am delighted to build on the legacy of the Progressive Liberal Party in the constituency of Golden Isles. I am delighted to build on the legacy of the late Vaughan Miller in the constituency of Golden Isles and carry on his work. I am prepared to take this journey with you, constituents of Golden Isles. Together we will deliver results, real results that matter. And with that, with your support, we will deliver a resounding victory for the Progressive Liberal Party and the Bahamian community. Madam President, on to the bill. Madam President, this bill strengthens our nation's commitment to conservation, sustainability, and good governance in environmental management. This amendment may seem technical on the surface, but its impact would be deeply transformative. Currently, the existing act restricts how funds administered by the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund can be used. It does not permit the use of those funds for salaries, operating, or administrative costs, even when such costs are directly tied to the very purpose of the fund. This amendment corrects that. It will now allow the fund to support salaries, operations, administrative needs of ministries, departments, or agencies, that are directly engaged in fulfilling the fund's general purpose. In other words, this bill ensures that the people tasked with protecting our environment are properly resourced to do their job. And their work. It allows the leadership to engage the necessary staff for the proper management of our protected areas, guaranteeing these critical ecosystems are not just declared protected in name, but actively cared for in practice. Madam President, across our islands, we have seen the power of investment in conservation from both the public and private sector. Take, for instance, Bonefish Pond and Clifton Heritage National Park, both once under severe environmental stress, and now rehabilitated and transformed into thriving sanctuaries of biodiversity. These are no longer just patches of mangroves or wetlands. They are crown jewels of our ecosystem, breathing new life into our coastal resilience and serving as living classrooms for Bahamians and visitors alike. Imagine how much more we can achieve when the resources, staff, and administrative support are fully aligned to advance this mission even further. This amendment is, quite frankly, a no-brainer. Our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, Brave Davis, I might add, has made it clear, both at home and on the world stage, that sustainability is not a talking point for this administration. It is a moral and a generational obligation. I would say that again, Madam President. Our Prime Minister indicated that sustainability is not just a talking point, Madam President, for this administration. It is a moral and a generational obligation. This government understands the significance of protecting our beautiful Bahama land, not just for us, but for those who will inherit it after us. Now, we must put our money where our mouth is. We must ensure that agencies and entities entrusted with protecting our environment are fully empowered to deliver on their mandates. I am proud to stand with a government that actively leads by example in protecting our environment. I say that again. I am proud to stand with a government that actively leads by example in protecting our environment. Yes. I am proud to be a part of a government that is making history through its unwavering commitment to sustainability and the preservation of our natural heritage. Madam President, in supporting this amendment today, we reaffirm the environmental stewardship is national stewardship. We reaffirm that environmental stewardship is national stewardship. We reaffirm that protecting our mangroves, reefs, wetlands, and forests is protecting the very heartbeat of the Bahamas. This amendment empowers us to do more, do better, and build stronger for generations to come. I wholeheartedly commend this bill to the Honorable Senate and urge its swift passage, Madam President. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Bonnet Ellis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and it's a time when we honor the survivors, remember those we have lost, and recommit ourselves to education, early detection, and equitable access to care. Breast cancer continues to touch far too many Bahamian families, And we salute the advocates, organizations, and healthcare professionals who give so much of themselves to bring awareness, hope, and healing. October is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And it's a solemn reminder that safety, dignity, and respect must be guaranteed for every Bahamian in every home. And in that regard, I take this opportunity to ask the Minister for Social Services to provide us with an update on the Protection Against Violence Commission. The Protection Against Violence Act 2023, which was assented on the 11th of August 2023, so that's over 2 years ago, was hailed as landmark legislation to protect victims and survivors of domestic and gender-based violence. Yet, more than 2 years later, the commission has not been established. For all the fine words we heard about protecting the vulnerable, the true test of commitment is implementation. Victims cannot be protected by promises. They need functioning systems, trained personnel, and properly resourced support networks. If we are serious about ending domestic violence, the Protection Against Violence Commission must be operational, visible, and effective. Let's protect human rights here at home, in our homes. And finally, Madam President, well, not finally, but we celebrated National Heroes Day last week. It was a time to pause and reflect on individuals whose sacrifices, courage, and conviction have shaped the soul of our great nation. This day calls us to honor those who fought for freedom, equality, and justice, those who educated, nurtured, and guided generations, and those who, through public service, art, faith, or community leadership, helped to define what it means to be Bahamian. But as we celebrate the names etched in our national memory, let us also remember the countless unsung heroes across this country, the men and women who built our institutions, served our communities, and shaped our national dignity quietly but powerfully. I think especially today about the first lectures at the College of the Bahamas, pioneers in higher education who believed that Bahamians deserve the chance to study, think, and lead right here at home. There are hundreds of names we rarely hear, men and women whose dedication, intellect, and belief in Bahamian excellence helped the College of the Bahamas, the formidable institution that paved the way for the University of the Bahamas. To those men and women, I say thank you. We thank you. And to June Wilson, who planted the scene for this statement of recognition and reminded us through her own story, or reminded me through her own story, about the importance of remembering those who came before. Thank you for sharing with me. Our heroes, both known and unknown, remind us that nation building is not the work of a few, but the mission of the many. They show us that greatness often begins in classrooms, clinics, community halls, and quiet acts of service, far from the spotlight, but never far from the heart of the Bahamas. As we reflect on their contributions, may each of us recommit to being custodians of the values they embodied: courage, fairness, and service to others. Because the truest way to honor our heroes is not just to remember them, but to emulate them. And finally, and certainly not least, we suffered another loss in our F&M family this morning. Our meritorious council member, Keva Roberts Nevisol, passed this morning. I met Keva during my father's 2007 campaign in Fort Charlotte. I loved being next to Keva. You never knew what she was going to say. And it was often irreverent, but brutally honest. And her wit and her honesty never wavered, even as her health declined. I will miss her. And on behalf of my family and I extend my condolences to her family, her friends, to the Fort Charlotte community, and to our F&M family. Madam President, the bill before us may appear straightforward, a handful of amendments to the Bahamas Protected Area Funds, but it speaks to something far greater, and that's how we as a nation govern, protect, and sustain our national environment. The Bahamas Protected Areas Fund was created to ensure that conservation and climate resilience are not afterthoughts, but priorities backed by sustainable long-term financing. In a country as climate vulnerable as ours, this fund is a cornerstone of national security and environmental stewardship. So I begin by saying that I support this bill. Many of the proposed amendments modernize the fund and make it more practical for today's realities. Allowing NGOs to receive grants that may include conditional contributions so long as those conditions don't breach the Act are a sensible and pragmatic step. The world of environmental financing has evolved. International donors, multilateral agencies, and private foundations frequently earmark funds for specific conservation purposes. These amendments allow NGOs and the fund to work within the global framework rather than against it. Equally important, Madam President, is the provision allowing NGOs to use grants to cover staff salaries and operational costs. Passion for conservation does not pay the light bill or retain trained professionals. This change recognizes that sustainability requires structure and that the mission-driven organizations cannot operate on goodwill alone. However, Madam President, I must register a serious concern about the proposed change to the tenure of 2 government-appointed directors who, under this amendment, would serve at the convenience of the government. That phrase, "at the convenience of," carries real weight. It means their continued service depends on political discretion and not institutional rules. The Bahamas Protected Areas Fund was deliberately designed to operate with independence, credibility, and transparency. It must be trusted by Bahamians, by NGOs, and by international partners. And if its governance begins to depend on political convenience, rather than clear statutory terms, we risk undermining the trust. Good governance requires balance between accountability to the public and insulation from politics. I therefore urge the government to reconsider this provision, or at least commit to publishing transparent criteria for amendments and renewals. Institutions built to protect our environment should never depend on political winds of the day. Madam President, this is not just a procedural point about appointments, because when we weaken the independence of our environmental institutions, we weaken our ability to respond to the environmental crises our people face every day. And nowhere is that more visible than in the constituency I'm seeking to represent, Killarney. For years, residents of Killarney have watched as heavy rains turn roads like Highland Court, Devonshire, Ruby Avenue, Kiskadee, and Poets Drive into rivers, homes into islands, and families into temporary evacuees. This is not just a drainage issue. It's a failure of leadership, planning, and maintenance. Every time it rains, families are stranded. School children can't travel safely, and residents are forced to wade through water that should never have accumulated in the first place. Even when the rain stops, the signs of neglect remain. Along West Bay Street, arguably one of the most scenic and heavily traveled coastal roads in our country, the sand now routinely covers the roadway after high winds and rough seas, even today. Madam President, this is a coastal road. It should be protected, not buried. When sand from our beaches ends up across the street, it's not merely inconvenient, it's dangerous. It's a symbolic it's a symbolic of a deeper problem, and that is the failure to protect our beaches and coastal roads. We must re-examine how we are managing these assets. Because if we continue on this path, our world-famous beaches, the ones that define our global identity, may soon be blown away or blown across the road. And Madam President, what makes this even more troubling is the contradiction between words and deeds. This government preaches the woes of climate change abroad, here, there, and everywhere. At conferences, in speeches, in global international publications, yet at home, our own climate-related problems remain chronic, visible, and unaddressed. We do not need another international statement about adaptation. We need functioning drainage systems, protected coastlines, and infrastructure that can withstand a weekend of rain. Madam President.
It's about the government. All administration.
Order.
You're all the ones traveling.
Order. The senator's on the floor. Senator's on the floor. Can we please respect the speaking senator? Senators? Senators?
It's about the climate change.
Senator Young? A senator's on the floor. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. We need functioning drainage systems, protected coastlines, and infrastructure that can withstand a weekend of rain. Because if we cannot manage climate adaptation within our own borders, then the speeches abroad ring hollow. This also points to a larger issue, and that's the over-centralization of our government services. Nearly every key agency and emergency response system is based here in New Providence. That makes our entire country vulnerable. When heavy rain or a passing tropical storm floods Nassau and clogs our roads, it doesn't just inconvenience the capital, it can cripple the nation. If New Providence is cut off, the Family Islands should not have to wait for Nassau to clear before they can be served. We must decentralize essential services, empower Family Island administrators, local councils, and agencies to respond directly with their own resources and authority. True resilience is not just environmental, it's also administrative. It means that no matter where the storm hits, the government of the Bahamas continues to function and serve its people. The flooding in Killarney and across the Bahamas is not an isolated event. It is part of a nationwide pattern. In 2022, the government admitted that the lack of routine maintenance has been a contributing factor to the drainage issue in New Providence. And in a 2024 Inter-American Development Bank report, it warned that many sewer lift stations are aging, failing, and lack proper monitoring systems. A 2020 IMF study found that the Bahamas is among the world's most climate vulnerable nations, with over 80% of our land less than 1.5 meters above sea level. Every year we delay, the cost of inaction grows. Families are displaced, schools are closed, and communities remain underwater after every major rain. This is not a weather issue, it is a governance issue. The Free National Movement believes that we must move from reaction to prevention. We can't keep cleaning up after every storm and calling that a plan. We must build smarter, not just rebuild, but strengthening planning subdivision laws to prevent reckless development in flood-prone areas. Invest in a 21st century drainage system using modern technology, regular maintenance, and resilient materials. And we must protect communities through climate-smart funding, including dedicating a portion of the Family Island Development Fund for local drainage, seawalls, and flood protection. We must empower local government to act swiftly in emergencies, because there is no PLP or F&M way to stop a flood. There is only good governance, and that is what Bahamians deserve. And Madam President, that's why the bill matters, because the governance of the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund is not just about wildlife, coral reefs, or mangroves. It's about the systems that protect Bahamian lives and livelihoods. We want the fund to be effective. It must be independent. And if we want the fund to attract global trust, it must be transparent. And if we want it to serve our people, it must be free from political convenience. So yes, Madam President, I support the bill. I do so because I believe in empowering NGOs, in modernizing governance, and in building a sustainable future. But I do so with the reminder that good governance is the foundation of sustainable development. We must guard the independence of our institutions as fiercely as we guard our mangroves, our wetlands, and our beaches. Because when we lose one, we risk losing them all. And as someone seeking to represent the people of Killarney, I will continue to advocate for a Bahamas where governance is proactive and not reactive, where systems work for Bahamians at home and not just for applause abroad. Thank you, Madam President.
As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning. Yes, sir. You know, Madam President, as a younger man, I realized that this is the greatest country in the world. And even as I matured and as I traveled professionally for various reasons, whenever I was given an opportunity to do so, and it was appropriate, I would declare that the Bahamas is the greatest country in the world. I remember on an occasion in New York City, I said, the Bahamas is the greatest country in the world. And there was a few guys from some southern regions. And someone, you know, when you say that, people say, oh, your waters are so beautiful. Your climate is nice. They say all of those things. And one of the southern countries said, oh, would we have that too? But I said to them in that forum, what separates us from so many others south of us is the fact that our people are so different. Yes. When I thought of Dr. Norman Gay, Bishop Gomez, and Vaughn Miller this morning, I am reminded of great men associated with the Bahamas. Yes. Dr. Norman Gay I knew, and he was a polite man, a former Minister of Health, always polite, always had a broad smile, always was accommodating. And then Bishop Gomez, who I also knew fairly well, was a man that espoused all of the pleasantries and the credibility that is associated with the Anglican diocese today. So it was always good to know him. And then for a brother, a good brother, the former minister, Vaughn Miller, who was a faithful and dedicated servant to his people and to this government, and a man who espoused Christian principles wherever he went. You know, so often when we get involved with politics, they say, but you know, politics and Christianity don't seem to go together. But I can tell you that Vaughn Miller was one of those persons that demonstrated Christianity from the beginning, and we saw Christianity at the end. So it tells us that politics and Christianity can have a good marriage. I would say also this morning, as I've said on many occasions, that it is always good to see my fellow senators present, because we live in a time where they used to say, here today, gone tomorrow. But we know that you can be here today and be gone today. So whenever we have an opportunity to be together, we ought to celebrate certain things. Just before I move forward, just before me, I recognize that Senator the Honorable Michael Barnett made note here this morning that she will be representing her political party of choice in one of the areas of choice on Nassau. And that's good. But I also take note that Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock will be representing the fine constituency of Golden Isles. And he will be representing the great political party of the Progressive Liberal Party. I started by saying that the Bahamas is the greatest country in the world, and we see further demonstration of it. This is not a very complicated amendment, and I do stand and support the amendments as presented. Governments throughout the world have a responsibility and a vital role to play in establishing and advancing environmental standards, enforcing regulations, investing in renewable energy, protecting specific natural areas, and promoting sustainable development throughout the world. And certainly there is no exception in the Bahamas. We must continue to move forward towards environmentally friendly behavior for our islands and continue to encourage the world to do likewise. Because clearly with the rising seas, we are victims of a behavior associated with the developed world that we have not advanced, but suffer because of the world's industrial deliveries. Environmental protection is essential for sustaining life on Earth. Many of the things that we once believed, we know better now. Even in this Bahama land, there are areas of Grand Bahama today where residents continue to speak of certain illnesses believed to be associated with industrial pollution over the years. One of the most compelling reasons to protect our environment is its direct impact on human survival. We know that the forest absorbs carbon dioxide and releases oxygen. We knew that, many of us from primary school. Oceans regulate climate and provide food for many, many people. When these systems are disrupted, the consequences ripple through every aspect of life, from increased natural disasters to many places with the threat of starvation, even on to many illnesses, and inevitably, ultimately, the loss of life. It is important that we do the right things environmentally, because environmental protection supports economic resilience. Sustainable practices like renewable energy, green jobs, and eco-friendly agriculture continue to create new opportunities for growth. I read recently that in Germany alone, nearly 3 million people are employed in environmental sectors. In a growing nation such as the Bahamas, clearly, if we become even more environmentally conscious, our behavior will create life-changing opportunities for other sectors of emerging professionals in our country. Individual actions matter too. Recycling, conserving energy, reducing waste, protecting our marine resources, preserving the reefs, and supporting conservation efforts are steps that will make a positive difference. Those of us that reside in the Bahamas know that one of the most pressing reasons to protect the environment is to mitigate against the effects of climate change. Simply put, we know that burning fossil fuels releases greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, trapping heat and causing global temperatures to rise. This leads to a variety of devastating consequences, which includes rising sea levels. And every reasonable Bahamian today can attest to rising sea levels. It also leads to more frequent and intense extreme weather conditions. Hurricanes, floods, heat waves are all becoming far more common than they were not so long ago. Disruptions in agriculture. We can also attest and bear witness that changing weather patterns are making it difficult internationally to grow food, leading to food shortages, but in many cases a pain even greater than that. Very evident is the increase in prices, the cost of living. The importance of environmental protection is clear, but stems from the fundamental understanding of nature's links. Disrupting one element can trigger a cascade of negative consequences, impacting seemingly unrelated aspects of the environment, and ultimately human society. Consider the deforestation of rainforests internationally. It's not just about losing trees. It disrupts patterns, contributes to climate change by releasing stored carbon dioxide, destroys habitats for countless species, and can even displace communities. This highlights how seemingly isolated actions can have far-reaching and devastating consequences. We must all learn to be responsible. I will tell you something, Bahamians. As a boy, I remember there was a song that was sung many years ago that boasts that sponger money can never done. People really thought at that time that sponging was a natural resource that would always be abundantly available. Well, well, needless to say, they do not sing that song with the same enthusiasm nor the same energy that they once sang it. Lack of conservation methods and subsequently environmental change could have had an impact there. Personally, and for many others I suspect, it is crucial to advance environmental protection to help combat climate change and its devastating impact that we have become far too familiar with. Rising temperatures, melting glaciers, and extreme weather events harm people and ecosystems worldwide. By reducing emissions, conserving forest lands, and adopting renewable energy strategies, we can slow global warming, but this is an international responsibility. Economically, sustainable practices create jobs, and industries like renewable energy, and certainly will impact one of the most important industries to the islands of the Bahamas, tourism. Madam President, protecting the environment is about ensuring a sustainable future for all. Inevitably, we need to move from a model of economic growth that is based on the exploitation of natural resources and move towards a model that is based on resource efficiency. This will not happen just by abstract wishing or some unknown luck. This is why I do stand and support the Bahamas Protected Areas Amendment Bill 2025, because this bill ensures that we stay focused and that there are opportunities for financial resources to support the important work that must continue in these areas. I do stand this morning, Madam President, and say thank you for the opportunity to present, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner. As many.
Madam President, I
The
move
chair
that-
recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I move that business of the Senate to proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate sit beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The business of the Senate will sit beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour. Senator Seymour, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise in support of the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Amendment Bill 2025. Legislation that we have established strengthens our nation's ability to manage and protect the very resources that sustain us, from the skies above to the seabed below. And Madam President, for the record, I want to remind everyone that on this side, we are nationalists. Indeed, we put our country first. And so we never oppose for opposing's sake. And whenever something is done that is for the betterment of our country, we are always happy to lend our support in that vein. And this bill, Madam President, is one of those occasions, because it enhances the fund to really do what it was always meant to do, Madam President, and that is to protect, to restore, and to preserve. It gives the fund the flexibility to meet its obligations, whether by hiring critical expertise, supporting training, or funding operational costs in agencies like, marine resources and forestry, which have long been under-resourced, but essential to our environmental health. And I have to say, Madam President, that the environment is who we are. It is what we are. It's what we depend on. We cannot survive without the environment, and the human race are intertwined. And we know, especially in our country how important the environment is to us. But it's always good to be reminded. And so I have to say a special thank you to all the experts who made time one-on-one and as a caucus to really advise us on this particular bill. Because, Madam President, beyond policy, beyond the environment, what we do is about people. And so when we protect our mangroves, we protect the fishermen in West End whose daily bread depends on their roots, Madam President. And I don't know if people really understand or sometimes are able to link what happens in the environment when we talk about the environment to everyday life. There's no way for us to survive in our country, in our economy, or to exist without the environment. So when we restore coral reefs, we preserve the livelihood of dive operators and guides whose work helps feed their families. Madam President, people travel here from afar just to snorkel, just to get underwater, just to see our coral reefs, to see the life surrounding them. And so when we shield our coastlines, and you know, the good Senator Michael Barnett Ellis spoke to it, we are safeguarding the homes, not precisely, but we are safeguarding the homes of elderly persons and all persons with disabilities who cannot flee fast or relocate easily when floodwaters rise. You know, sometimes even on this island in our capital, perhaps we live in an area where we know that it floods, and so we know rain is coming, and maybe we could just get out and stay somewhere for a couple of days if we have that option to go by relatives. But it's not so easy for persons with disabilities, for elderly people. It's not so easy for anyone, for a family to pack up, a family of 4, 5, 6, and just find somewhere else to go. So, Madam President, environmental resilience is also social protection, because the first to suffer from the heat of neglect are often the least able to bear it. That's the pensioner, like I said, whose home floods every storm season. And Madam President, when you're on a fixed income, I'll tell you, even as a salaried worker, life can be difficult at times. But our pensioners are on a fixed amount. They're retired. They get a certain amount each month. And they put that month, listen, I know persons who I've connected with, you know, in politics who message to tell me NIB just paid them. Elderly people I stay in touch with, and they're excited. But these are small sets, and they have it budgeted for their medication, for their grocery, for their utilities, and for whatever else they need it for. So, Madam President, when their house floods, it's not easy for them to just say, go find the money to fix the roof, because at the end of the day, they most likely don't qualify for a loan anymore because they're not employed. And so when we talk about environmental resilience, we have to understand the social protection that's also important. When people decide that they're going to burn waste or throw a bottle out their window and cause a forest fire, a little child with asthma, health worsens. These are real issues, Madam President, real issues, and that is why this bill matters. And Madam President, let's be clear. This bill builds on the legacy of successive administrations, both the FNM and the PLP, that advanced the goal of protecting at least 20% of our nearshore marine environment. That progress has been possible not because of legislators alone, but because of partnerships among government, the Bahamas National Trust, the Nature Conservancy, and many committed Bahamians who have dedicated their lives to conservation. People who ain't color, you know, they don't have color preferences. People who are about the environment, and that is what it's about for them, and nothing else. So, Mr. President, the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund is the thread that ties all of those efforts together. And it allows the government and NGOs, like we talked about, to apply for grants that support coral restoration. And grants are important. We only have so much money locally, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of money out there internationally. If we know how to access it properly, we can, you know, engage grant writers, we can figure out what grants are available, and we can access some of that international funding. And of course, as we keep saying, the Larger countries around the world, industrialized nations who are at fault for a lot of what we're experiencing, along with whatever grant money and everything else out there that we can access in order to help us, because we do need help and support. So whether or not it's for restoring our corals or rehabilitating our mangroves or forest recovery, with each proposal reviewed by a financial and scientific board. And Madam President, that's an important part of this bill because that ensures accountability. And that is why, as it was said, it is so important to appoint people to these roles who are qualified, competent, and able to do the work that is necessary. But that structure, as outlined in the bill, gives the confidence to international donors, and it really gives credibility to our national efforts. Madam President, it is also vital to, while the fund works closely with government, to be independent of government, because that independence safeguards the integrity and ensures transparency, and it keeps environmental protection above politics, and that is so important. Some things we don't need to have politics in, period. And that is what this bill does. And so, Madam President, the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund is more than an account of just dollars and cents. It is a covenant between our people and the environment that sustains them. We saw it. Recently, we celebrated the anniversary, and we saw its worth after Hurricane Dorian, when mangroves were replanted and debris, including air conditioners and car engines, had to be pulled from wetlands. That work, Madam President, though unseen and uncelebrated, helps prevent the next disaster from being worse than the last. Madam President, we know that our coral reefs continue to face tissue loss disease, and that our pine forests still struggle with salt intrusion. Madam President, without proactive management, the natural barriers that protect our communities will fail. And it is the most vulnerable people among us who will pay the highest price. So, Madam President, I also wish at this time to acknowledge the capable, humble, and principled Bahamian woman who leads the fund as executive director. I heard her spoken so highly of by so many people. But when persons like Kelly Bostwick, too, really attest to persons' credibility, Madam President, I don't take that lightly. And so we want to salute her on a quiet, steadfast leadership that reflects the best of Bahamian excellence. Leadership that inspires trust at home and respect abroad. Madam President, while we on this side support this bill, we don't do it blindly. We do it with conviction. We share the vision of strengthening environmental governance and ensuring that this nation's natural wealth benefits all Bahamians. As we quoted earlier, the late Cabinet Minister Vaughan Miller and others who continue to remind us of the importance of making the wealth common. And Madam President, recently our leader, the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Michael Pintard, reminded us that true leadership is not only what we say at international conferences, but what we do right here at home. We must embody the environmental ethics that we promote abroad through fairness, transparency, and respect for our people. Madam President, there's a saying that goes, charity begins at home and ends abroad. And protection of the environment does just that. And so, Madam President, I have to note that the recent moorings controversy in my mother's own home island, Exuma, revealed a troubling gap between global rhetoric and domestic reality. Because when decisions concerning the seabed, the very heart of our marine heritage, are made without clarity or consultation, public trust erodes. Madam President, Bahamians deserve to know that their natural inheritance is being protected, not parceled. And so, Madam President, environmental stewardship is not just about the land and sea. It is about dignity, equality, and continuity. It is about ensuring that when a storm comes, the elderly woman on the hill and the young man in a wheelchair both have a fighting chance. So as we pass this amendment, Madam President, let us not only safeguard the environment, but let us safeguard the people all across our Commonwealth who depend on it most. Let's match strong legislation with even stronger ethics. Let's be reminded that when we preserve our mangroves, we preserve our homes. When we protect our reefs, we protect our future. And when we keep faith with God and creation, we keep faith with each other, Madam President. May God bless the environment and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, which I am indeed blessed to be a citizen of and reside in. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour, for your contribution. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell.
Good afternoon. Again, Madam President, and again, thank you for recognizing me. Madam President, before I get to the bill at hand, I beg your indulgence as I wish the opportunity to speak on some of the labor issues that are being discussed in the public domain. Madam President, as a trade unionist, let me begin by making it abundantly clear that the voice of trade unions must never be silenced, and they must always be free to represent their members, utilizing the full extent of the law. They must remain in solidarity, be courageous, bold, and unbending in their quest for fairness and justice for their membership. The Progressive Liberal Party, the Brave Davis administration, truly believes that. But in the quest for fairness, justice, and the rights of the members, there must be a few basic principles the membership, the employers, ought to follow, such as respect, maintaining dignity of workers, the bargaining agent, as well as the employment institutions. And finally, but not limited to, when negotiating, it must always be done in good faith. I will speak to good faith shortly. The recent conduct of the BPSU and the BUT during their meeting and treating with the government, and particularly the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Service and Labor regarding salary review, has raised serious concerns about the integrity of our labor dialogue. Madam President, the International Labor Organization, ILO, outlines the principles of negotiating in good faith, implies a process grounded in mutual respect, transparency, avoidance of unjustified delays, and the willingness for a sincere commitment to reach an agreement/resolution, giving each side sufficient time to discuss and settle collective disputes. The recent action of these unions, marked by threats of disruption, public disparagement, and abrupt walkouts and demonstrations, stands in direct violation of these principles, considering the fact that there has been no breach of the industrial agreements. And it is my understanding that the government has been the party promoting meeting and treating at the table. Such behavior undermines the dignity of our workers and the credibility of the unions themselves. Madam President, the facts are obviously clear. This administration has demonstrated an unprecedented commitment to labor advancement. In just 4 years, the government have signed over 58 industrial agreements, a historic achievement that reflects its dedication to improving the terms and conditions of the workforce, thus improving the lives of ordinary Bahamian workers. Just 2 weeks ago, colleagues, I was in a meeting in Grand Bahama hosted by the Minister of Labor, where the government was actively engaging stakeholders, discussing important changes to be introduced as part of a comprehensive labor reform, the first of its kind since the 1970s, aimed at strengthening workers' rights and union protections across the board. The same Minister of Labor was also responsible for carrying out the largest across-the-board promotional exercise of public servants in more than 10 years. The Minister of Labor and Public Service has led a charge in preparing a comprehensive salary review framework that not only modernizes the process, but ensures fairness, transparency, and justification across all sectors of the service. This is a landmark effort to bring equity and structure to a system long overdue for reform. This deserves proper attention around the negotiation table by all and sundry. This cannot be personal. Let's put the workers and the Bahamian public they serve first. Madam President, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, KC, has made it clear that the government is not here to fight our unions. Rather, the government is here to uplift our workers. He went on to say that his administration has shown time and time again that the government is committed to fairness, dialogue, and progress. But progress must be built on respect and responsibility. I am not claiming that this administration has done everything right as it relates to labor, Madam President. There has been mistakes. There has been situations during this journey that should have been handled better. And we must and will continue to work on improving those things. But when you examine what this administration has done to advance workers' agenda and their bargaining agents' agenda, the good far outweighs the shortfalls. Madam President, in the book of Matthew 5 and verse 9, the Master opined that blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. This is a good time for me to call on the unions to return to the negotiating table with integrity, honoring the good faith standards outlined by the ILO. I am confident that those on the government side are ready to move forward, upward, onward together for the future of our workers and the trade union movement. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam. Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Amendment Bill 25 seeks to make minor amendments to the Bahamas. Man, when they was talking about flooding and pumping out water, I ain't disturbed nobody. Yeah, this to deal with the natural resources of the country, the people. This to deal with the people of this country, the producers. Madam, Mr. Vice President, the Bahamas Area Fund Amendment Bill seeks to make minor amendments to the Bahamas Protected Area Fund Act 2014 to allow the use of funds administered by the Bahamas Protected Area Fund to be utilized for salaries, operating administrative costs of ministries, departments, or agencies of the government of the Bahamas directly related to the general purpose of the fund as set out in Section 6 of the Act, namely for scientific and policy research and education, conservation, and management of the protected areas. The amendment allowed the board to engage the necessary staff for proper management of protected areas. At present, the Act does not allow for fund management by the board to be utilized for salaries, operating, and administrative costs. I would not go waste time going over the other three areas because the AG would have done a fantastic job in explaining those things, and those things ought not be taken for granted, and especially when it puts the Bahamas as leading, not just leading the Caribbean, but leading the world in its advocacy as it relates to climate change. Madam President, in support of this bill, which strengthens our collective responsibility to safeguard the natural heritage of the Bahamas, let me say that we live in a country that is breathtaking, a place God must have created for his special vacation spot. Our environment is not merely a fairy tale story providing a backdrop to our existence. Rather, those of us who take the time to enjoy the magnificent scenery of our country can testify of the beautiful and bountiful natural resources that makes up our environment, which is no doubt the foundation of our economy, our culture, and our very survival as an island nation. From the mangroves that shields our shores from nature's devastating storms to the coral reefs that sustain our incredible fisheries and marine life, and then there's the pine and cascarella forest that anchors our biodiversity. These are not optional luxuries. They are living assets entrusted to our care. And none of us should have any reservation regarding ensuring that our natural environment is protected at all costs. Madam President, when you think about farms, you may never think about farming corals. Allow me to highlight a concrete example of local innovation and pride. I'm talking about the work at Coral Vida in Freeport, Grand Bahama. This land-based coral farming facility is cultivating indigenous coral species in an accelerated growth system. Rather than having to wait for decades for corals to grow, these on-land farm corals are able to grow in months. The focus is not only on the accelerated growth process. Coral Vida is making our reefs more resilient to climate change, including warming waters and acidity. They are restoring reef habitat that is vital for coastal protection, fisheries, and tourism. Their efforts illustrate how environmental stewardship can also create economic opportunities, such as job creation, tourism, education, and international recognition. When we protect our natural capital, we are not simply preserving nature, we are also investing in the Bahamas' future. Madam President, this amendment enhances the governance and sustainability of the protected areas, ensuring that our environment and our environmental stewardship is not just solely dependent on goodwill alone. but ensuring that it is anchored in sound policy, transparency, and long-term funding. Madam President, we must remember that the environment is the silent partner in our national development. Without it, there can be no sustainable tourism, no resilient communities, and no lasting prosperity. The decision we are making here today will echo in the lives of generations yet unborn. Therefore, this amendment bill is timely and essential. It aligns with our vision of the Bahamas, where economic development does not come at the expense of ecological collapse, but where every development, every coastline, every reef, and every protected area is managed with purpose. We owe this to our children and to Bahamians from Abaco to Inagua and beyond. In closing, let us remember that lost mangroves, dead reefs, and destroyed forestry does not just cost nature. They cost livelihoods, revenue, food security, and safety. But the reverse is also true. Healthy ecosystem delivers resilience, prosperity, and hope. By supporting this amendment, we signal that the Bahamas chooses hope, action, and sustainability. As Bahamian, we have inherited God's paradise. It is now our sacred duty to do everything within our powers to preserve it. Madam President, I support this bill, and may God continue to bless this government, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell, for your contribution. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Reuben Ramming. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and a pleasant welcome back to everyone. Let me start by briefly joining in with our senators and accepting their contribution with my small addition as it relates to the passing of the three statesmen, Mr. Gay, Archbishop Gomez, and Pastor Miller. And it's interesting that sometimes in life people judge the greatness of individuals by their physical stature. But life will show you in reality that the true stature of a man is really measured at the end of his tenure in life and the impact that his soul, his character, his personality, his words, his actions would have had on those around them. So each of these men stand as representatives of themselves. And they all are men that should be appreciated in their own way. I think one of the things that have been missed out with former Minister Gay, whom I remember, because he always looked like Atlas, and he represented, and he looked like, who was the man, what's his name again, Carroll? Junkanoo guy who's the whole Irma kit in the hand. You know, that was the first real Hercules of the Bahamas. And wow, he used to be Russian Junkanoo. Even I can remember him. We have, and we have had some great beings, eh? Globalists. Think about Mr. Carroll. But one of the things that I remember always when I think about Mr. Gay, and sometimes it's the first impression. And that's the fact of, that was the day the fro. So he had froze. He had a fro up until coming into almost the 80s. But he had a huge smile. So much so, and respectfully, you got to image it. If you could appreciate the modern day emoji that we use with a big smile and an afro, despite his muscles and his fitness, his smile would always stand out to me as a major feature about him and his character. And I want to look into the hearts and the mind of our young people and tell them a life worth studying and researching is that of Bishop Gomez. Indeed, he will be a credible and an exciting research, not just in terms of research projects, but also to help guide us in life because of his impact and what he has brought to society. And my brother, Warren Miller, I appreciated him for who he is and what he has done throughout the nation. Actually, I would have spoken to Warren Miller and we had some arrangements made literally less than 24 hours before he had died. And because one of my tasks, and I'm looking at the message I sent to him, because we had such a relationship that I would shoot him a message and I just don't worry. If he doesn't respond, he's off the island. Or somewhere where the phone can't reach him. Or if it's urgent, I will call and I will hang up because I don't know if he's in a meeting, but I know he know that means call me. And I would engage him on all levels. We had an agreement to keep the fact that we are brothers in a cloth. And that Thursday before he passed, there was a frustrating incident I was dealing with in Camp Road. Non-political is Camp Road. There was a lady named Miss Roker. She's still dealing with that. And she's an elderly lady with an autistic child. And for almost 2 years, she lives on more like a slope. And she was dealing with this developer just up the hill from her. And Madam President, the sewage and other side effects from that development flood this lady's yard so much so that she can't traverse her own yard with sewage. And being an elderly lady, very articulate, oh my God, very judicious and articulate. You love speaking with her. And having an autistic son who's also subject to seizure. I think we could all see the health hazard of that. And why I say judicious, because for 2 years she's been trying every avenue, trying to get inspectors to come, going to the police department, going everything else and everywhere else trying to do. She even reached out to Member of Parliament and all kind of things, trying to get someone to help advocate on her behalf to fix this environmental problem. And it really, really angered me. And I was about to take some other means. And I said, hold on, you know what? Let me reach out to my brother first. And it's interestingly, the message I sent to him, the way it started out, I said, good morning, Minister. I need your assistance with the Department of Environmental Health issues. As shadow minister, as shadow to your ministry and a brother. so that was me speaking to him because, listen, I already take the glove off, but I really just say, something, let me go call him as my brother. I was about to go to the press. I serious. I said, we done try everything. Trying to go, no, last call to reach my brother. And he called back and I sent him the information about her and what was happening and all the details. He said, something, Ruben, I will come there. I'll make time to come there tomorrow. That would have been that Friday. And I communicated that to Ms. Roker. I said, he's going to come. I said, trust me, he's going to come. He said, I'll come and take a look to see what we could do to rectify this. something came up on Friday. He's supposed to be there at noon. So I waited, and around 3 or so, I said, did he show? He said, no. I said, trust me, something happened. So I just messaged him back. I say, reminder. And he called me back. Said, oh, man, he explained what happened. He said, Ruben, I'm coming there personally, and I'm going to bring an inspector, and we're going to come there to bring resolution to this. Because I told him how many times inspectors came and then refused to give her copies of her report and all different types of things. And he said, we're going through the weather, because that was a bad weather time. He said, let's weather pass over, and on Monday morning, I'm going to come, and I'm going to speak to her personally. And I gave him a number. He even called her to console her and everything else. And you can imagine the tragedy on Sunday. We're then anticipating this weather passing over, and she's going to have resolution to this critical problem in her life, because he's going to come and he's going to find a way to make sure this is end. And then we get the news, and all I did was just send her a flyer. I couldn't say anything else that he had actually passed. And it's good when you could deal with people, and I think we all should maintain that we can still reach to people despite their titles or where they stand politically or even in their faith or lack thereof, and still speak to people as human beings and as brothers. And I respected that of Brother Miller. But this also speaks to a wider concern, and this brings me to some of the things that I highlighted from the presentation from the Attorney General, which I thought was excellent. I commend you on that. And I commend you on the fight as well. But then it caused me also to remember things like I learned from in Foxville that also home drum beat first. Because sometimes we're so busy taking the fight on the outside that we fail to realize that on the inside that those same things must also apply. It's like the biblical thing, you take the beam on the eye before you take it on the other person's eye. It doesn't diminish the fact that I still commend the Attorney General for what he does, but also speaks to critical issues and dysfunctions we have here in our society. And I took note of some of the things that he gave, and I want to echo them back in your mind as I begin to elucidate some of my thoughts in this regard. One of the things that the Attorney General said was, I'm very, very excited about, and he's talking about, I love how he put it, so you'll now look generationally. I like that, especially as related to climate change. And he's speaking about climate justice, and he was at that point talking about the 4 key takeaways. So I just want to clarify his point so you don't misrepresent. He said that he was excited about that appropriately. So I'm very, very excited about it, because it really was a foundational element of our submission to the ICJ in these proceedings, and that is that human rights and climate obligations are deeply linked. And it is true that your environment and human rights, climate change is a figment and a construct of the overall environment, is very much so linked to human rights. And the same story of this lady who was going through all this battle, and literally, normally as MP, people come up to you and they want help, but they ain't do nothing. They even didn't try an avenue or the legal recourse or any of the first step to meet someone who is aged, is still raising an autistic child, seizures and everything else, and been fighting a good fight, yet articulate, passionate, but yet hurting and feel threatened by the rodents coming into the yard because of the way the construction is being done and all the other different things, and the sewage that is being forced into her yard and causing soil runoff, and she got to put planks to walk over sewage in and out of her yard, and the scent rising up inside of her house, and yet at the end of the day, there seemed to be no justice, that fight for her, even within our own internal system, and it was a human right impacting this child, who could fall to the ground at any time and have a seizure and wallowing in sewage, and when when you're tracking in your house, you're toting that, and we could just imagine all the things that impact. And it is so, and this is how seriously we should take all elements as relate to our environment and protecting our environment, because it not only reflects the health of the nation, it also impacts the wealth of the nation, how we deal with it. And the strength and the gravity that we see going on with the good fight that the AG represented, and even the actions he represented of the Prime Minister, which I will also articulate, should be manifested even in all of our ministry and their function. And I say that to the discredit of their dysfunction and following up and bringing justice to people. AG went on to say, and I think we could all safely say that we didn't cause the strength of the hurricane, which is Dorian, but we felt the pain other countries caused, the strength of the Hurricane Dorian over generations of inactions, but we feel the pain our human rights was taken away. And from the time I was in the lower house to this upper house, I've been expressing that from the actions of people in social services who act like that's their money. Who sometimes you see in certain other government departments with whole services from you to the point that you really, at the end, they got to conclude they stressing you to get that tip or that bribe to do what they should have always done. And impacting people's lives, causing things to drag on. You can't get the solutions you need. You find yourself feeling abandoned in your very, very own countries. And it's like, how do we bring this level of justice back home and bring it home so it doesn't seem like a hypocrisy if somebody hears us on the outside but visit us on the inside and then say, oh Lord, but you're all destroying yourselves and worrying about us. It still don't change the fact, that when I'm destroying myself, you doing it too. I can fight you. But yet it still means something that we still have to fix what we need to do home. And then he also said something I'm very, very excited about. Then he also said something else that I thought was pretty good. He said, the Bahamas deserve climate justice. We deserve climate justice. And it's no longer just a moral position. It is now a legal position because of the advocacy of the PLP administration. And this also covered with the fact, and he also highlighted too, I just thought it was a good point, Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis has been the strongest Prime Minister of the Bahamas ever to hold the seat in this country to advocate for our environment and pursuing resources for our country because of the climate crisis. And then a lot of things began to come home to roost in my mind, Mr. A.G. Because even in the makeup of this board, we'll have some permanent members. One of them is BMT, right? The same BMT even recently was advocating for the Athol Island. Athol Island actually sits surrounded by our country's first national park, Marine Park. You know where our first national marine park is? The one that before tourists became even a boom, the first place where they used to take the glass bottom boats right around there to the sea gardens, the first marine park. And now we have the Athol Islands. And we see BNT and everyone else who have been scourging and advocating strongly immediately for us to set up and protect Athol Island because, right, Athol Island is now being exploited. And there's accusation in the paper that it's being exploited by MPs on the government side, family members, stuff, according to the articles that's being published. That may still be up to date, but that's what's published in the papers. But now that island itself, which is still home to one of our endangered species, is being overrun. We got to be able to advocate and protect for, we're talking about some that the iguana that they have on the island, 1, 2, a little different type things, you know. And so we find ourselves having to advocate strongly to protect more of our coastal area in that regard. And then we see even recently with the, yeah, they had a couple on there. Recently, we saw, again, even during these storms, We seeing how the pump trucks, because I saw dozens of them in my area in Yamacraw, which were used to drain the water in the flood areas, was dumping directly over into Summers Beach. I've seen dozens of them. I've videoed a number of them, and some of them recognize the stench first, and then you hear in the rumble. And I went and I inquired and spoke of them. They told they was authorized to come and discharge the water in there. Now, it doesn't matter whether the truck was full with the first load or with the second load. I'd say a very simple thing. Let me take a thimble of sewage and drop it in your 5-gallon bucket of water and see if you want to drink it. And they were dumping that directly into the bay near my house. They were doing it on Saunders Beach, and God knows wherever it's just the truck drivers maybe just seeing a quick turnaround. So they just want to go ahead whoosh, 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 and thinking there's no harm. But with forever chemicals and microchemicals, and when you have chemicals being, or contaminated water being dropped in bulk, it creates a cloud plume. It just don't simply dilute. And here it is, that's just less than, not too far from the fish fry, and we've had even recently, in the last, 3-4 years, another large influx of epidemic of conch poisoning, and right down from the fish fry, and begin to wonder really again how serious are we about these things. We can't sit there and take it light. And so here it is, all these MPs, and I don't care what side you're on or who do it or whatever else, these trucks. And you see a truck take a load, and everybody know how far Harold Road is and the dump site is, and able to make it back in 20, 30 minutes, you don't ask a question, you're just so happy that you're getting a particular result that you don't care about the side effect as results of the result you're trying to get. That's almost as bad as what I see all the time. People clean up their yard, and because your property vacant, you know they do, throw the trash right over the wall on your property, and they don't consider that an injustice. There's a problem that we have. We have a lot of low-lying areas in this country, and for years, decades, you know, we seem to be anxious when the calamity occurs, and then get passive when the sun comes out and the water dry up. From Bay Street and the constant flooding of Bay Street, Kalani actually is recorded, according to records, as to have the lowest lying area on New Providence, followed by that even of Pinewood. But yet we find that consistently there have not been any real results by looking at things that we have come to anticipate. And when the storm comes, it is compounded because the things that we could have mitigated, we refuse to. Some of the greatest flooding and hazard happens because of how we build our roads, Madam President. And we get to the point that we're so happy that our car riding smooth that we fail to realize that the roads and even the speed bumps becomes an environmental hazard to all the homes because either the elevation of the road, the angle of the road, or the speed bumps in the road, which becomes dikes that hold and dam water up. So much so that sometimes I've had that issue in Pinewood. I had to go behind over and over again because we paved almost the first half of Pinewood and we were supposed to pave the second half. And that's when he had the major issue in Nassau Street and had to move all the equipment. And then they came and I got to them and said, don't put speed. We need a speed bump. I said, don't. Because you guys been putting speed bump, and you're putting the speed bump about 5 feet in front of a drain. So now the speed bump is a dam stopping the water flowing from the drain. And then they build the roads to a certain point that now the road become an artery, not to disperse the water, but funnel the water even further in areas that can't handle it. We need to consider all that we do as an ecosystem. So it ain't good just to cut a highway, but you don't understand. With the developers of the legendary marina in the area where I'm at the end of Foxhill Road, and I had a chance to have a conversation, and there's some things I spoke to him about. I said, first of all, now y'all need to be the net developers, first developers in our country who add to our beach inventory instead of taking away. I know that because I say I know because I spoke to them. It's not a criticism. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I spoke with him. You saying I didn't speak with him? Okay, good. I spoke with him. All right? And I told him this because when these developments come, these hotels and everything else, and the access get blocked and everything else, and I said, listen here, integrate into a community and appreciate a community because historically Foxy Road has always been from sea to sea. And so you could have your thing, you know, and then on the side create a second road and then create a public beach on the side. They wouldn't interfere with that. Then I also speak to them about something. I said, this road that is there now is stopping the hydro flow of water in that system, and then it's contributing to the problem with the mosquitoes and the wetlands because it's not purging. And I'd asked them to, on that road, to be able to open that up and put a culvert in there so the water could flow freely. Why? I grew up there. I grew up on that water, and I'm talking about what I do. All right, I'm talking about what I said. And I explained because I grew up there with my grandpa, Bishop Butler, on there. And you know what used to happen? When the spring tide come up, we used to catch fish in the road because it used to naturally overflow. And then it would settle down, and if there was little potholes, we would be able to catch the fish that remain. Because in everything that you do, we need to appreciate in our developments that we are dealing with an ecosystem. You know, family is also an ecosystem. Crime, rape, assault, that hurts family in that sense of disruption generationally down the road. I sit and I look at these things, and it caused me to remember, even with Pinewood, and when during the election in Pinewood and Minister LaRota came in, I understand the work that needed to be done in Pinewood. You know, it took me almost 2 years just to get proper drain baskets made up. I didn't realize, boy, government could be complicated. So I pity anybody who have to get things done in government. They make it seem I'm going to come in and, oh, I'm going to change around the world and all that stuff. It takes a lot of advocacy. And sometimes you got to know how to deal with people beneath a minister to get things done, because they had to be ordered out of Grand Bahama. I didn't realize that. And the first one was made out of this funny little mesh, and the mesh would corrode, and the wells were getting stopped up and everything else. And I said, man, we got to get some better material. So they finally got these customized ones made that are corrosion resistant, et cetera, et cetera. When I left, I got to the point, I started putting them in myself. So I had a number of them in my constituency office. I called Loretta a couple of times, and I sent a message to him, and I reminded him, please send a truck, because they're by my house. And I'm saying again, come get these baskets, because they needed to be there. But what I'm getting into with this is with these low-lying areas, they're also a problem, because here it is, when these things begin to flood, they end up with a problem, whereas the sewage and the contamination, and we still have people who have well waters, and we know all these different kind of things, and the destructions of whom, which is our habitat, including the risk of different health immoralities that goes on. But when we left, and we're talking about the continuation of government and the partnership in government, the first 3 years of my tenure was getting the government to come to a point where they understand they have to agree on something that works. Because I remember when Kalis was there, they did something with the Corps of Engineers. And then everybody run on, but oh, that's too expensive and everything else. And I got sick and tired of the fact that if somebody do a work and it's good, just go on with it. Because you can't be wasting the people money and wasting the people time to do these different type things. So now we took that time. It took 3 years to get to the point where the engineers found a system that they can work with. And it's called the ACO system that they want to put in with the pilot project. And boy, you know something, Mr. AG, I realized that sometimes, you know, common sense transcends even those who are smarter than you. Because the average well in Pine, what I went and measured every one of them myself, 100 feet, 150 feet. And those things can't do nothing for what you need to do in terms of that. I spoke with people internationally. They say, Ruben, you know, quite frankly, even if you drill a hole in the ocean will take water down, because that's how the earth is designed. You don't dig it deep enough. We have over the sewage well. The sewage well is almost over 1,000 feet deep in Pinewood. That well doesn't overflow, you know, is a problem when the pump may act up. But whatever you dump in that, It takes it because the well is deep enough. I think when we put down those generators at BPL, I think those wells go down, what, 1,000 plus feet? Underneath them, that where they get the cooling and everything else, so on and so forth. And I'm saying, we living in a floodplain thing, and I got so tired of people saying what can't be done. I said, why is it that we're not digging these wells 600, 800 feet in the right place, and the earth will take all the water that it could take? Now, here it is now, Mr. AG. July, the budget was passed where we had the first tranche of $2 million to start the project in Pinewood. We're talking about this flooding thing now. Talking with the engineer in August, because nobody was expecting this election. I was only the boss know when such an hour over the election, just like with the prime minister. So I'm thinking I got another year to get this done. And here it is now, because the money there now. So it's the only thing now is to get to the engineer and say, when you do this, they say, Ruben, we have the cabinet paper for the money that's approved. We already get the design. We already have the suppliers of the product. He said we could have shovels in the ground in September. All right? For the ACO product. Ding, ding, ding. Knowing that, let me give you an example. No, real example. This is true. In that same budget that we passed, there was an allotment for a new business that has their first inventory you can get in duty free. All right? My next installment of my constituency allowance would have been in September. I was in Freeport because I was looking around for drain cleaning equipment that the community would own, because we was going to establish a company for the community so they can clean and plunge their own wells and then bid for contracts and do other things, but it would be run by the people in the community so they could deal with their own stuff, because I know how hard it was to get waiting on works to clean wells. You see what I'm saying? What I used to do, Senator Alcides, with my constituency allowance, I used to pay it out in advance. I would go to persons who does the drain cleaning, and I will pay them in advance. I would say, listen here is 8,000, 10,000, how many key wells I can get? And the contract was, in the event of a storm, within 24 hours before the storm hit, you come and dig. I may not have the money then. You come and blow out these wells just before the storm so that they are at maximum functionality. So some people think, look at him just rushing before a storm doing. No. That was always the plan. Because when you clean a well without baskets, 6 months before they get clogged up, when the storm comes, they aren't functioning as the way they should function. And so here it is now. This is already in play. And I asked myself, why is it that the government of Pinewood didn't just allow this to just happen? Just didn't allow the project to just finish happening. Now, I saw in 2022, which is good, the Minister Lorodos was speaking about it, that yes, they're going to be digging. From 2022, the promise was made that we're going to dig wells for 600 feet in Pinewood. I was happy. You know why I wasn't kicking? They were saying the right things. From 2022, it will start shortly. I don't think the first well starts yet. Also in 2022, they announced that how they're going to now use the ACO system. We really did the work. It was already approved by Public Works. So I was excited. I said, okay, God, good. Someone build it off whatever else. We're going to put this in. Then we hear in this last budget, nothing happened for 2022. We just went through another flood. Then we heard $20 million is in the budget now for Pinewood. But if $20 million in the budget for Pinewood, and for $2 million by September, work would have already started. If the work already done, then why ain't nothing moving? You catch what I'm saying? What I'm simply saying is the urgency of these things, are human rights. When people, all their cars are gone, their houses are gone, mildew in their house, every time they build something, it gets destroyed. The value of their land going down. The way we handle and we deal with these things, Pinewood or any disaster area should be a protected area. Meaning, you know this is an area where a hazard should come in, so let's find a way to mitigate that problem across the board. speaking about trees, I listened also to Senator Pistock, and I agree with him. One of the things he spoke a bit in Golden Hours, and he ended with a statement said, forestry is the heartbeat of the Bahamas. And you remember hearing that? That's a very good thing. And the first thing came to mind again was, okay, all the pine forests on Carmichael Road, gone. All the pine forests, gone. You know the value of those pine forests to our aquifer? And what's going on in terms of now the contamination of our aquifer? One of the last bastions of freshwater aquifer in New Providence is in that same well area around the airport. Hundreds of acres gone in recent time. Literally in recent time. Protected areas. What are we going to do? We talking about climate change and be advocating against it. But the sewage, water, whatever level of concentration is being dispersed, and the other contaminants that we need to fight against in our waters is destroying our coral reef. Do you know one of the benefits we have in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is? We have the world's second largest barrier reef. Third largest barrier reef. And you know what that does? The reef is what re-oxygenate one of the major things, like trees, the ocean. One of the major filtration systems of the ocean. The reason why we could be on the plane looking down and we can see coral reef and sand, our water is so clear, unlike that in Mississippi and other places, is because of these coral reefs, which is sensitive to these forever chemicals, the bleach you flush in your toilet, you know, the pills you throw in your toilet. When you dump that into the ocean, because it gets diluted doesn't mean it disappears. We got to look beyond that. Cancer don't hit none of us like a bomb. It comes insidiously, and it sneak up on you. But it's happening, and that's what happens in our environment when we don't take everything serious as it relates to it. By the time we realize it, it becomes a major problem, and it becomes something that is almost impossible to deal with. We got to figure out how we're going to deal with these matters. We got to figure out how we're going to address these matters. So as much as I appreciate the fight on the outside over the last few years, and this, and even under Warren Miller's tenure as Minister for the Environment, you know, we have seen a lot of the degradation, and we should have a greater cry out about it with those trees that are disappearing, these different things that are happening. This land is your land, this land is my land. We only get one place called the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and when it gets nasty, we don't like it when tourists talk about how nasty the area is. So when we look at things that is, yes, it's good that this bill allows for flexibility, and I think it gives a bit more structure so that the body itself could now be able to be a bit more self-sustaining, and it gives more latitude so that that grant givers, person who want to donate, could give and assign some of these monies. That helps with the function of the area. But in our climate change battle and getting climate fundings, they tend to operate the same way, meaning that what they do is that when you get money from climate change, they have to go to initiatives that are related to climate change. Can we get, and first of all, how much monies have we generated? Maybe you could help us, Mr. Alcides, through this initiative and the fight and the globe trotting, I mean that positively, to be able to express and fight this battle against climate change, finding climate resources and assistance. How successful have we been? And how much we would have been able to generate as a result of this advocacy to enter into the coffers and for the benefit of us remediating and mitigating against the advent and the things that cause climate change and difficulty. And then also, how much of that money has actually hit the ground and what projects have actually been funded to bring about the change. Because I guarantee you, some of that $20 million or whatever you need to fix the drainage in this country could easily be covered in any kind of money that is won through the advocacy for climate change. So with that, Madam President, I want to hammer home this one point. It is not good enough just for us to go out there and to say what everybody else is doing to us. Regardless, we got to do that. But we must also stand up and realize what we are doing to ourselves. Our government agencies must do their jobs and do their jobs right. Frankly, Madam President, many of our government agencies, some of their compounds and properties are on top of areas that could be considered well field or have high water table, and many of them don't even have the safety mitigations and the environmental mitigation equipment that they need to be able to be functioning. So I believe from what I've seen that even government agencies themselves play a large role in harming our environment because of the way they operate. But we've had some credits. We finally have been able to find a way to mitigate and fix the issue of our dump, which was a serious hazard. A serious hazard to life and our environment. And now it is productive and it's actually turning into green space. But when we look at the dumps in the Family Islands, they are a problem. I know we've heard the cry of the people in the Family Islands and how many times these dumps, plagues of flies during certain seasons coming off these dumps. Burning still going on these dumps. I know it ain't easy, but it got to be done. Because we can't have one way we going out there telling everybody what everybody else doing to us, and then we come home and they realize that we doing it to ourselves. So with that, Madam President, I think I expressed myself a little bit enough. I want to thank the government for this bill, and I hope our leader of government business could help elucidate to me the benefits that we would have accrued to the Bahamas as a result of the advocacy and the global work to bring about climate reparation. I rest.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Reuben Raming. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Hentfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wish to begin by reiterating my colleague's point that if we're going to be serious about climate change and the environment on the international stage and assume the moral high ground as asserted by the Attorney General, we must also do so at home. Must be seen to be taking serious steps at home, unless people will look at us as hypocrites, because the world is suddenly a small place and you can see exactly what is going on in every country. I also want to caution about politicizing this issue of climate change and who's the strongest voice and all of the rest of it is not necessary. Climate change is an issue by which we support Prime Minister Davis's efforts in the international community. We think he has been a big voice. So when you inject the politics, the local domestic politics into it, then you begin to cause people to begin to look at colors, Madam President. And we wish not for that to happen. Same thing I cautioned about with Dorian. Dorian happened to have come whilst we were in office, you know, and it was heavily politicized. COVID was heavily politicized, and now you still have them with you. You know, let's just be proud that our Prime Minister is a voice on the international stage that speaks to the issues of small island developing states, as we are the least offensive black carbon emission, yet we receive most of the damages. And then it is difficult for us to get concessional funding to rebuild from industrial countries some of whom VC do not believe in climate change and refuse to even acknowledge that it exists. I'm sorry my colleague and namesake is not here. I wanted to congratulate him on his nomination. I heard him say what he's going to do. And community center and all kind of things, but you know, well, I was in West End. I was in West End when 3 years ago, I think it was, when many promises were made, and I'm sure the people of Golden Isles are aware of these promises that were made in West End. We're gonna hire local contractors to repair your roofs. No, man, no, ain't nothing from last I heard wasn't much done. We're gonna build an airport in Bimini. We're gonna build an airport in Bimini that's going to be world class, right? Promises of job creation. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force will have a base in West End. That day yet? No. A new West End police station, a new school, a new Bimini airport, a new resort in Bootle Bay, new docks for fishermen, new fish house in West End. Do you remember that? West End Fish Village project. West End Grand Bahama Affordable Housing Project and free Wi-Fi in all the parks. We need to make some serious promises when it's time for elections. But the people of Golden Isles will be aware of these promises made. You know, Senator Raming, they even opened that building built in the name of my good brother and friend, God rest his soul, Obi Wiscombe. And last I heard, the running drop cords to that wasn't properly furnished. Yeah, you could get up and refute what I say. You could get up and refute what I say, or you could go home and check it and see that what I say is in fact so. And so the people of Golden Isles will be waiting, but you know, if it's any example of what we saw, and the whole government will be there. All of the ministers of the government will be there to do what they had not done in the past 6 years. Because when my brother Warren, God rest his soul, crossed the floor, he had 2 years left in that administration. He's been in this administration now for 4 years. And Golden Isles will not be fooled. They will not be fooled. Their record speaks loudly. That's what the PLP record does, speaks very loudly. Madam President, we on this side believe that the amendment we make today is important because it permits the Bahamas Protected Area Fund the ability to build capacity within the Marine Resources and Forestry Department. But I want to say right here that we ought to discourage developers from cutting trees unnecessarily, for removing the few little bits of quarry we have that we call hills unnecessarily. We should make it mandatory that they stop that as much as practicably possible to do. I had a lot of complaints since walking in Jasmine Gardens about the cuttings of trees, Jasmine Gardens in South Beach, but the cuttings of trees that now cause extra water to come into areas that they were not known to come before. Also in Pinecrest, the new area built behind the police station and South Beach there, the new homes, they complained to me just last week that the tree cuttings behind there, they already had a water problem because the way the homes were built, they lifted the road, the ground on that would be the southern side of the street, and that caused the water to flow to the northern side of the street. And on the northern side, behind many of those, Reuben, you may not know, are ponds. It's a long pond that runs right up along the ridge there. And so water rises and falls according to the tide. And so I think you're going to have to come and consult with me. You sound very much familiar with how to manage these water systems. I also want to call upon the Ministry of Environment, the environmental health people, to come to South Beach and spray immediately. The mosquitoes, I'm told, and whilst walking on the ground, I feel them, they are as big as helicopters. They're huge mosquitoes. The only time I saw mosquitoes that size was when I was in Inagua. In Inagua, they have mosquitoes. No, I tell you what one constituent said to me. Right? Big mosquitoes, big mosquitoes. No, I saw them. They're pretty big. When they pass you, they go whoo, 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 whoo. They sound like helicopters, right? But on a serious note, the Ministry of the Environmental Health people need to come and spray South Beach and spray the surrounding areas, because with all the water, I don't know if you're trying to wait until the water dissipates, right, before you come and spray, but we need immediate relief. And I say on behalf of the people of South Beach to the environmental health people, please come and spray the area so we can cut down on the mass infestation of mosquitoes that we are up under. You know, before I move on, Madam President, my good friend, the senator who is a union man, and I appreciate that he's a union man, basically got up and said that the unions were being unfair to the government and their approach to negotiation and the rest of it. I didn't think he should bother with unions today. I thought today was not a good day to go there, because he comes from a government that signed an MOU with the unions while in opposition. Never before heard in the Bahamas that I could recall. Now, historically, if somebody know about it, they could tell me or remind me when this happened. You come from a government that signed MOUs with the unions of this country, many of the unions. You, according to the unions, are not living up to your obligations that you signed. And they have now taken to the street en masse. And then you signal to the opposition, to the union, watch out for the opposition. Don't let them join your mass. Well, we have relatives and friends who work in the public service and who teach. And we march with them in support of them, because we believe that they should be treated differently. They should be treated better. How do you, as a government, bring back untold numbers of retirees, pay them their salary, pay them their pension, give them allowances to the tune, Madam President, of some $40,000, I'm told some of them. Do you know some public servants don't make that? Give them housing allowances. People who have retired from the public service, whom I'm sure have their own homes.
Teachers can't get housing allowance in the family islands.
It's hard for teachers to get a housing allowance in the family islands. They tell them what they can pay for a rent. They tell them what it's hard. I understand police officers in Illustra are having difficulties having their rents paid. And you can come out and tell me, but the union ain't right. I found a letter. A letter was sent to me of a young man in London somewhere, all told, with allowances, with school, with pay, with other benefits. It comes to near $200,000 or more, what he's getting. I could show you the letter. You want to see the letter? Or you want me to read the letter? I can read the letter.
Yeah, read it into the
You want me to read the letter? I can read the letter. Where the letter is. Give me the letter. I wouldn't call his name. What did it add up to? How much did it add up to? You don't know what it added up to? Well, anyway. If you were getting a student out of school, someone out of school who's going to school on the government dime, and I'm the last one to talk about going to school on the government dime, because the government educated me well. All the while I was working. The first time I was allowed to go to school, I had completed 25 years of service. I talking about school outside of my organization. I had gone to school in training all through in my organization. But we all are appalled when we hear about this story. And I as a commander of men and women have allowed people to go to school within the system, because we decided that we would work together. I had some people who wanted to go to BTVI, and I said, you know what, you can go in the afternoons at 3, but we all agree to carry the load. But imagine how public servants feel to see someone come fresh off the streets or out of school and shipped overseas where you have foreign service officers who had not yet been given the opportunity to go where they had trained to go during the course of their long careers, and go, and we have these kinds of reports coming back to the Bahamas about how much money they are making.
Can you table the letter, please?
Yeah, I'll find the letter.
I would like for you to kindly table the letter.
I can show you it on my phone, and I'll print it off. I'll print it off. You sure you want me to table this letter? This letter come out the garbage can, you know. Oh, no, I'm going to stop talking about it. I ain't going to stop talking about it. I ain't going to stop talking about this letter. The figures ain't right. I can call the figures what I see in the letter. The letter is from the High Commission of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, 10 Chesterfield Street, London, and the address is given. And it's in reply to something, and it's dated the 28th of July, 2023. And it's to whom it may concern. I won't call the name of the young man. I won't do that in this place. But he's a second secretary, the letter says, and he's posted at the Bahamas High Commission, Bahamas government employee, and they give his number. And the letter reads, "This is to confirm that Mr. So-and-so is a full-time employee of the government of the Bahamas, with diplomatic status at the Bahamas High Commission in London and the UK, with effect from the 10th of December, 2021. I remember the government changed in September 2021. So that's September, October, November, December. That's 4 months after the government changed. That's when he came to the government employed. That's when he came to the government employed. 3 months he came into the government employed. Do you know how many public servants are asking now for study leave and cannot get it? 3 months, right? They say Mr. So-and-so currently holds the diplomatic rank of second secretary and earns an annual salary, this is the annual salary now, of $57,500 per annum. Additionally, where I see his name, I'll say he. He receives an annual special allowance of $30,000, $30,000. A housing allowance, this is in British money probably, GBP, $6,500 per month. $6,500 per month. $6,500 per month for housing, right? When you calculate that to Bahamian dollars, you'll see what that is, Ruben, per month, right? And biannual duty allowances. Biannual means you get that twice per year. Biannual duty allowances of $1,920. That's twice a year. Please do not hesitate to contact the undersigned directly should you inquire further information regarding the above. What I'm going to do now, Ruben, I can send this to you. Oh, you have it. It come at the same time. Send it to one of the clerks, let them print it so I can sign it and table it. And check your letter. Check your letter. I sent it to you. There you go. Man, you can come into this place and wonder why civil servants and public servants taken to the streets. Huh? Teachers who still have to go, and all of us have failed them. Not putting the blame on you all alone. Teachers who have to go and buy stuff to run their classrooms. And people come back making pension and pay and allowances, right? And you're sending people off the street, but right over to school to posh appointments, paying them there $200,000 a year. Can't be right, man. No, man, God ain't pleased with that. God ain't pleased with that. Cannot be right. And so when you start talking with the union, talk the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. The public servants keep this country running. Are they always the best that we want them to be? No. But they're all we have. And we must support them. We must support them. Now to the Act. The 2014 Act, Madam President, established the corporate body defined its functions, the one that it today. The Act also provided for the fund's purpose and powers and financial structure, which includes receiving funds from Parliament and from donors. The legislation also provided for protected areas, inclusive of national parks and marine protected areas and forest reserves and wetlands. It supports initiatives for biodiversity conservation, climate change mitigation, ecosystem restoration. Madam President, this administration has redoubled, there's a quote I'm reading now from the Prime Minister. This administration has redoubled the government's environmental protection efforts, said Prime Minister Davis when he spoke to this legislation in the other place on the 8th of October 2025. When we recall some of the instances in which the environmental protection seems to have been completely overlooked, one can't help but wonder if the Prime Minister believes that we all have a selective memory, as he appears to have. This administration is the same one that the SpaceX rocket booster to recover SpaceX to recover its rocket booster in the most pristine environment that we have in this country. We believe it's one of the most pristine environments on the world. And you know, Madam President, SpaceX is talking about landing 19 more of those things in the Bahamas, you know. But I don't think it can happen on our watch. It can't happen. I don't care how much money SpaceX offering the government of Bahamas or whoever else. There are some things we believe on this side that are non-negotiable. You know, just like oil drilling in the Bahamas, that's non-negotiable. We don't care how much oil you think in the Bahamas. We oppose drilling because we know that if something happened, like what happened in the Gulf in Florida, we finished. All of our marine resources are in jeopardy and in peril. We don't know what these rocket boosters were. We saw from this report, we saw an environmental impact assessment. But you know, some of these things you never hear about till 15, 20 years later, 50 years later, how they really impact you. I don't wish to table no document, ma'am. I'm only making a point that's on the paper. I don't wish to table no document. Thank you for asking, though. This administration also facilitated the planting, by some accounts, of 2,000 to 3,000 moorings in the marine environments of Exuma. Exuma, again, seems to be something going on in Exuma, Minister, that you need to check on. I don't know what's going on in Exuma, but plenty of things happening in Exuma. A very pristine environment, right? World famous Elizabeth Harbor, they go on and put these moorings and things all over the place. Some down in Black Point, they're not moved, they're still there the last time we checked. The containers are still there on Black Point, filled up with, we believe, with these mooring stuff. And you know, what is troubling about this is that this action was against the law. Because the Privy Council was very clear and saved the base that before you go and fool with environmental changes in the Bahamas, you must go to the community and consult them. You ain't got to do what they say, you know. But you owe them the decency of transparency and accountability and consultation. That's what you owe them. And so you go and blatantly break the law. Don't talk to nobody. Sign up the contract in your office with an employee from your office. Nobody got fired yet, you know. Nobody got fired yet. Then fired. You have to fire people like that. Or fire yourself. It's no way under the sun that should happen. You cannot secretly sign contracts that are offensive to the environment with people in your office. And when discovered, you feign ignorance. You didn't know. Hey man, you signed it, man. Feign ignorance, and then you secretly carry on the deed. Even after you say, you know, you secretly carry on the deed. Then you go into the world preaching the virtues of environmental protection. On this side, we believe Bahamas deserve transparency. I ain't gonna be long, you know. We believe that Bahamians deserve accountability. We believe that Bahamas, especially Zuma, which was recognized by astronauts from space as the most beautiful side of the planet, as they orbited, Scott Kelly, as he orbited the Earth on one of his missions. The Ministry of Tourism, you know, I remember, I think it was 2015, the Ministry of Tourism invited Scott Kelly here for a trip so that he could come and see and swim in those pristine waters. So some things you can't sell, man. Some things God give us, God give them to us for posterity and for our children to have, to make a living off.
Intergenerational.
Because this environment that God has blessed us with, we have made a good life off of it. And we cannot jeopardize it for the quick buck or the promise of a quick buck. We cannot, because we owe it to generations yet unborn to maintain and keep this environment for them and for their future, that they too can have a good life with their families. So despite the narrative to the contrary, successive administrations, Madam President, have worked to meet the target of dedicating at least 20% of our marine shore to marine protected areas. I remember as a young Marine, many years ago, they used to deploy us to Wadwick Wells Keys and the Exumas. There was a wonderful marine reserve, but you're not allowed to fish. And sometimes you look at those groupers running around there and the crawfish, and the minister laugh, he knows what I'm talking about, running around there and you say, boy, that's a nice stew or boiled this morning. But you can't take it because they are and we are leading, I believe, the world in this type of activity. And we are to be commended for it. There's one right off Marsh Harbor, just off Pelican Shores there, that I often go, and the tourists go to them, and there's another one down in Green Turtle Key, where tourists go and they feed these marine life. And it's a joy to watch what goes on in the Bahamas. And so successive governments have been working along with the professionals and the NGOs and other interested parties who are interested in protecting and preserving our marine life for future generations of Bahamians. We've been working to do so. So when it comes to the protection of our environment, there's no space for chest pounding, man. This is a space where the collective will make us successful. And anytime you start chest pounding, beating up the chest with, oh, it's me, you turn off a lot of people. And so with those few words, Madam President, I thank you for your time and attention, and I take my rest.
As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President. And I will be the final speaker on this side. I want to thank all colleagues for their presentations, and I want to join my colleague, Senator Barnett Ellis, in offering condolences to the family of Kevin Roberts Nethersole, who was an MCM in the Free National Movement, and she was the sister of the late Bradley Roberts, who was chairman of the Progressive Liberal Party, amongst other things. And as I was leaving this morning, my wife said, she told me, she said, you know, she passed this morning at about 2:35 or so. She's my wife's aunt. So when you spoke about, you know, if you're at any function and you're sitting next to her, you know, it's non-stop laughs. You know, they're very piercing, and like you said, she didn't hold back. But, you know, we offer condolences to the family, the sisters and brothers and children, grandchildren, and offer the assurance of our prayers and support. Madam President, and just a brief wrap-up, I want to sort of just put in context, and we welcome all of the contributions dealing with the environment, and I think everybody is in agreement with the need to protect our pristine environment. And this amendment Madam President, really came about because if we look, this is a part of our continued journey to protect our unique marine ecosystem. And as Senator Henfield said, we in the Bahamas have a lot of our territory as marine protected areas. And to put it into some context about the climate change advocacy and how this connects with what we're doing today is, yes, our Prime Minister has been very, very vocal on the global stage for climate justice and the fact that we are low emitters, but we bear the brunt of a lot of the actions of the industrialized world in terms of what we see in climate change, more intense storms, more frequent storms, more flooding, extreme weather patterns, etc. And so a lot of the discussion in those fora has been about how do you finance this? How do you build resilient infrastructure? How do you protect your marine environment? And so we have had a lot of discussion about climate finance and how fair is the whole financial architecture. And the conversation inevitably moves to the fact that you have small countries, mostly small countries, who are impacted by climate change, who have the economies impacted by climate change, and in our case, hurricanes, and other countries in the region, hurricanes that destroy economic, damages your economy, causes you to have to rebuild, interrupts your economy. How do we pay for this, being small countries with small economies, vulnerable economies? And so a big part of this conversation is climate finance. How do you finance the move to renewables? How do you finance building better infrastructure, putting in proper drainage systems, putting in that infrastructure to be able to do this? Because in many cases, countries don't have the resources to do it. And so one of the instruments that has come into fashion now, and it's really expanding in its use, is what they call debt for nature swaps. Debt for, and then now it's become such a hit that it's, they say, well, debt for climate, for nature, debt for social now, because countries are now using these sorts of exchanges to free up money or to generate money to invest in these things. And so it's the same, how we got here is back in November 2024, Madam President, we in the Bahamas launched our debt conversion project for marine conservation. And simply it was this. We said, okay, we have some debt outstanding. We want to increase funding available for conservation. How do we do it? We approached, I'll tell you a bit about the transaction, but the bottom line is what we were able to do was pay off some existing debt that the Bahamas had, refinance it at a lower level, and using those savings, that money that we saved, to be able to do things like hire more people for the marine conservation. Most countries, when they do these swaps, they would designate more areas for conservation. We had so many. He says, well, if you do more, then you're impacting fishermen and taking their livelihood if you put more out of reach. So in November 2024, Madam President, we did what we call the debt conversion project for marine conservation. What we said was we had some debt we wanted to pay off. We're going to pay it off, refinance it at a lower rate, and use that saving to improve our management of our marine protected areas. And so now we're doing this amendment to allow the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund to hire engineers and staff to be able to assist them. And so what we did was back in November 2024, it was a groundbreaking initiative. We worked in partnership with the IDB, the Nature Conservancy, Builders Vision, AXA XL, which is the insurance element of it, and as well Standard Chartered Bank. And what we did was we identified about $218 million worth of bonds, Bahamian government bonds that were trading on the international market, and $81 million in loans, outstanding loans to commercial banks. And we put those two together for $300 million. And we got a loan from the IDB and facilitated, well, guaranteed by the IDB, facilitated by Standard Chartered Bank, and we paid off that total of 300, and we refinanced that with $300 million at 4.7%, which was extremely good terms. And what happened is, by doing that refinancing, we were able to free up $124 million over the next 15 years. The loan is a 15-year loan, and so by paying off that 300, getting a new loan for 300, but at a much lower rate, we were able to generate $124 million over a 15-year period. And what that money will be used for is to better manage our marine protected areas. And so this amendment allows us to hire staff, like bring new technology. It enables us to hire staff, for, engineers, marine scientists, et cetera, to assist with the management of our marine protected areas. And so that's one element of it, Madam President. And if it's a very simple thing, it's, if you put it at a personal level, if you had a loan for $10,000, coming due, but your interest rate was 15%, and you can get another loan for $10,000 at 4.6%, you use that money that you save to help with the marine protected areas. And that is the genesis of what we're doing here today, Madam President. And it's part of our ongoing strategy for debt management. Goes along with our policy of trying to improve the economy. And as we get in an even better position, we're in a position to refinance debt at a lower rate. We did another transaction in July where we were able to do a similar thing where we're paying off debts at a higher rate of interest, smoothing out the maturity to make it easier to predict, and making things more predictable, and in the same time saving some money. So that is what we're doing. That is a tangible, very tangible example in terms of dollars and cents as to the impact of some of the advocacy that we've been having, because we've heard our good friend, the Prime Minister of Barbados, talk about changing the international financial architecture, meaning changing it from being biased against small states that have to pay more money. When they go to banks, automatically they have to pay more in interest. Access is an issue. That advocacy, along with the advocacy of our Prime Minister, has caused international organizations to embrace things like debt for nature swap, climate finance, et cetera. So to put us in this position, we're able to use one of these instruments, free up savings, and better manage the areas that we already have under protection, Madam President. And I think it's a good thing, and it's something that we committed to doing more of. One other point I wanted to make, just because I'm wrapping up, the Honorable Senator Barnett Ellis raised the issue about the two of the board members being able to serve at the convenience of the government, and the senator questioned whether that would bring some political influence or political bias in it. I'm looking at the bill, Madam President. The intent is that the board members would have certain lengths of appointment, and it just gives the government flexibility to allow those individuals to continue beyond the expiration of their appointment until someone else is found. And so not to exact government control, but just to give some leeway so that if someone's appointment date expired, you can have, and you need a little time to find someone else with the expertise, etc. It gives you a little time to do that. And so, Madam President, once again, thanks. Sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that it had that leeway before, and that it had the option of, after somebody's 3-year term expired, the government had the option of adding an additional year so that there could be leeway in that continuation. So why the change?
Yeah. I think what it is to maybe you might, if you want to do it for more than a year or less than a year, I think it just gives that give that leeway, flexibility. And I also want to say, as a final point, is what was wonderful about the Debt for Nature swap that we did, Madam President, was that we won an award that year.
Yes, you did, Mike.
And I was supposed to bring the trophy.
You should have brought the trophy.
I rushed out and didn't get it. We won an award. We won an award for the best deal, for the best Debt for Nature swap
deal in the world,
in 2024.
the entire world.
And so
Leading
again,
from the front.
we win this global award, but it has meaning at home because we are able to free up this money to use it, Madam President. And the final thing I want to say, Madam President, is the beauty of the Debt for Nature swap that sort of brings us here to this amendment is that it was done in conjunction with Nature Conservancy. They were at the table. Bahamas Protected Areas Fund was at the table. Bahamas National Trust was at the table when we talked about how we're going to use the funds to protect the environment. So they all had and continue to have impact on the way forward with this, Madam President. So once again, thanking all members for their contributions. I think it's a wonderful thing, and we look forward to more, freeing up more financing because, our environment is our most precious national resource, and it is one thing as we maximize the sustainability of it and are able to get, more sustainable, renewable economic activity from it, Madam President, that would be one step in making the wealth more common. And so, Madam President, with that, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act.
Thank you, Senator Michael Alcides. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act. As many are as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Or the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act.
I'm sorry for the interruption, Madam President, but I just wanted to table the letter that I referenced.
Thank you so much. For the second reading of bills,
There are none at the time, Madam President.
Committee of the Whole.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do resolve itself into a committee of the whole with the Vice President in the chair.
Second.
There a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do now resolve itself into committee of the whole with the Vice President, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, and the Chair. As many are as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Chairman, with respect for a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that Madam President do now take the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the President do now take the chair. As many are in favor say aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is carried. Madam President will now take the chair. Madam President, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole has examined the bill, having made no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Vice President and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported the committee has examined the bill, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The nomination is carried. Order bill be read for the motion is carried. Order the bill. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act.
Order that this bill, Senators, order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Amendment Act 2025. For the third reading of bills. Consideration of House amendments. Resolutions. Discharge of select committees. Notice of future meetings. Orders for clerk.
Madam President,
Minister,
I want to give notice that at the next sitting of the Senate, I intend to move the following resolution. Whereas Section 19 of the Disaster Risk Management Act 2022, number 39 of 2022, provides that the Disaster Risk Management Authority shall maintain the Disaster Emergency Fund, which shall be used to fund disaster response, rehabilitation, recovery, and the adoption of financial protection instruments. And whereas it has been determined that in the event of a severe natural disaster, the Disaster Emergency Fund should have a minimum of $17 million available. And whereas Section 78.4 of the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act 2020 provides that a bank in the Bahamas shall where liability exists by reason of a dormant account held at such bank within 2 months after the end of the calendar year in which the applicable 7-year period has expired, pay to the Central Bank of the Bahamas an amount equal to and in the same currency denomination as the amount owing by the bank in respect of the dormant account. And whereas Section 27.1 of the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act 2020 provides, amongst other things, that the Central Bank of the Bahamas may accept deposits of dormant accounts that are required to be transferred to it in accordance with the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act 2020. And whereas Section 27.6 of the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act 2020 provides, amongst other things, that an amount of deposits of dormant accounts paid by the Central Bank of the Bahamas to the Treasurer shall not be disposed of without the prior approval signified by resolution of both Houses of Parliament. And whereas the Minister of Finance is seeking approval through this resolution to transfer $17 million from the dormant account proceeds held by the Treasurer and forming part of the consolidated fund to the Disaster Emergency Fund, now therefore be it resolved that this House authorizes the Treasurer to dispose of $17 million from the dormant accounts proceeds held by the Treasurer and forming part of the consolidated fund, approves the transfer of $17 million by the Treasurer from the dormant account proceeds held by the Treasurer and forming part of the consolidated fund to the Disaster Emergency Fund.
Thank you, Senator Honorable Michael Alquitas. Notices for future meetings?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Madam President. No, that was the last. Sorry, yes. I want to renew all notices in the name of the government.
Orders for clerk. Adjournment.
Madam President, I move that the Senate, at its rising, do adjourn sine die.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Senate at its rising do adjourn sine die. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Final adjournment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do now adjourn. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. The Senate stands adjourned.
This morning we will begin by saying the Our Father prayer.
Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Philip Davis, Chester Cooper, Frederick Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Alfred Says, Dr. Michael Darble, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Jobette Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Bolag, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles LaRoda, Pia Glover Roll, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightborn, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Bacchus Roll, Leon Landy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightborn, Leslie Miller Bright, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Mikhail Barnaby, Michael Pintard, James Quasey Thompson, Iram Lewis, Shannon R. Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White, Kingsley Smith.